evening, good morning, good afternoon, good breakfast. Hello, bonjour, bonsoir. Hello, good morning. How you doing? Welcome to a new week. Today's Monday. We're doing mother sauces. We're getting a bit saucy up in here. Welcome in. How was everyone's weekend? What'd you get up to? Who's hating, who's dating, who's looking up? Happy new week. Welcome in. Papa Bear, Chimp, Rosalarita, Wolf. Hello, Beware. Hi, guys. How's everyone? Jack Rabbit, welcome back. How was your weekend? What did you guys do this weekend? Anyone do anything interesting? Eat anything interesting? It's been pretty good for us. We had games night on Saturday with some family. I realised, because like I give some of my family a hard time for not being present, and I'm pretty good at it, but that it's unfortunate because I don't take photos of the food and what we were doing to show you guys. We made a plan to put our phones away, and then I didn't even snap photos of the food. We had pizza and games night on Saturday. It was really great, just to kind of laugh and be silly. There were a few new games. Games night sounds so fun. I played Texas Hold'em for the first time in a long time, and I did pretty good. I was pretty impressed with my skills. I don't really know if it's skills. It's more I was drawn some good hands. But yeah, it was good. Have you guys ever played Texas Hold'em? Not with real money, obviously. We just played with chips. Sauce time, yes. Oh yes, please, mother sauces are fun. Yes, so we're going to be doing the 5 mother sauces. We're going to be starting with hollandaise because that means I can make breakfast for Exceed. We're making some eggs Benedict. Then we'll go into a red sauce. We'll probably make some pasta with red sauce. For our velouté and our espagnole, I'm probably going to show you how to do 2 different versions of a mushroom sauce, showing you how you can have a really light, creamy mushroom sauce, and then also a really rich, hearty mushroom sauce as well. And then for our bechamel, I'm tossing up for the bechamel if we do a lasagna, because then we'll use the red sauce and the bechamel together to make like a mornay. I'm not sure, but we'll figure it out. Been messing about with chainsaws, engines, went clothes shopping with my sister. Fabulous. And did some gardening. I love that. This is a busy, very productive weekend. What type of gardening did you do? Just some cleanup, or are you actually planting, sowing seeds? What's happening? I've been looking after my cat and sleeping. I feel like you do that a lot of sleeping. I hope your cat's doing well. Is your cat unwell? Cad, hello. My favourite bechamel variant is the Mornay sauce. Yeah, that's basically when people think of bechamel, they think of a Mornay because they just think of a creamy white sauce that's got cheese in it. But a traditional bechamel doesn't have cheese actually, because then it becomes a Mornay, and that's what everyone knows from like. If you talk about a bechamel sauce on a lasagna, it's actually a Mornay, from my understanding. What about a gelatinous bechamel? Kat, I'm not sure if you saw, my dad sent me a video. It was on Facebook. It was really hard to share onto Discord. My dad shared me this video of, what was it? Watermelon margarita slices. So it was basically like an aspic watermelon margarita, and then you put it back inside the watermelon and slice it. So then it looks like watermelon slices, but it's actually Jello. I thought it'd be pretty good, and it's alcoholic. I'm a sleepy wolf. Clearing brush piles, pruning some bushes, mowing the lawn, weeding and seeding for. Okay, nice. Prepping for seabed, fabulous. We need to do our mowing, but it's a bit wet outside. It hasn't grown too much because it's been rainy, but it is time. We don't want it to get overgrown. But it's just been bucketing with rain the last week. So God give me strength to go out there and do it. I use bechamel as a base for, I would say, 70% of my sauces. Okay, all right. Don't let someone else mow your herbs. I'll try not to. I still am very undecided of where to put my herb garden, and because it's permanent, right? Like with the garden beds, the raised garden beds that I want to do, they're so permanent that I'm so worried with positioning, like where it's going to go. So I think I've got some in pots. I think I'm just going to try and create an area. If someone knows how I can create like an area in the garden, in the ground, but like keep weeds out. So I don't know, or the grass keeps growing into everything. So create like an area with like bricks or something around it, or something like into the ground to stop the. Obviously, you're never going to really stop weeds, but it's more like the lawn is really like insidious. Is insidious the right word? I don't know. Could get some large pots with caster wheels and wheel them around. I like that. I really like that. I was thinking, because it would be good if the garden was out here. We've got a little bit of grass, but then also some concrete area. And the caster wheel idea would be fabulous because you could just pull it around to the sun. But we have no water outlet, like no hose out to this side. So I would feel like I'd have to drag the hose around, and I'm less likely to do that. And I know if things are if they take more work, you're less likely to do it. So like if we could get a hose connected here, then I'll just do it most days. I know right now it's winter, so it's nature's hose is always on, but you know what I mean. Single best way to deal with weeds is to pull them and go through the soil around your flower beds and get rid of the roots. Okay. Hey, Dr. MF Pepper, welcome back. I bought a dog house from downstairs for your cat. She likes to sleep in and set up food and water. Okay, that's good. Dragging the hose around where? Before we go to today's stream, let's go back to last time on. Show you what we did on the last stream. I'm looking very tan today. I don't know if I like it. This is what we made on the last stream on Friday. We did Dex's very special cake, which was actually quite tasty. It was just too gelatinous. We ended up being unsure of how much gelatin to use, so we used 3.5 teaspoons. It was too much. Learning opportunity, but the flavors were really good. I liked it. So I think I'm going to try something different and something like it. Papa Bear, if you can say, hey Molly, just wondering if I could get some more information of the tank. The chicken pot pies were from Liz's Redemption. I think we nailed it. They were really, really good. They were super simple. So just chicken, veggies, creamy sauce. I showed you how to do a beurre manier and to thicken. And then we put it in our pie maker and it was ready in like a few minutes. Really easy, really good hack for those that are busy and like pies. Thank you for all of the support. Really appreciate you guys. The bot will be back in action, I assume. I didn't really look. Yeah, that's the bot with all of the support and showing you that will be back on track hopefully soon. Dearest Molly, I would be enthralled to learn more about the stupendous tank you created a while back. Yours truly, Boris. Of course, that was for World of Tanks. We did a sponsor stream with World of Tanks to celebrate the new season of the ANZ season, and they paid us to make a cake. They originally wanted me to make the cake on stream and send it to Sydney for the event. And then unfortunately, shipping refrigerated shipping cakes is not really something that is possible. We contacted about 6 different couriers and no one wanted to do it. And then if they did, it was going to cost like $500. So then World of Tanks were like, we'll still pay you to make the cake, just don't get it sent over. We're like, okay, cool. So yeah, it was a pretty amazing cake. The first thing I thought of was a Type 59 form World of Tanks. Yeah, so I borrowed some actual replica tanks from my uncle. He builds little replicas, is that what you call them? Like not figurines, but builds things. And models, yeah, it builds models. So we had about 3 of them here it wasn't our kitchen, we actually borrowed my mum's kitchen because this house was getting renovated. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. I really liked it. For $500, they could have just sent you over there to make it instead. Yeah, very true. Which I would have been okay with. I'm trying to get someone to fly me over to do an event one day. That's the dreams. All right. Well, something is going on with my makeup today that's different, and I don't like it. Maybe it's because I've got just looks a little tander. I don't know. I'm not a fan. Plane ticket and parachute, that's it. No sleeping, just get on the plane, fly there, make the cake, then fly home. That's it, red eye. Pew, pew, pew. We're going to do a deep dive into Discord to show what the community has been cooking and eating. Holy dooly. Okay, so we need to talk about this. This is from Kate. This is supposedly a new menu item from McDonald's, which we don't have, like our antenna isn't plugged in. We don't get normal TV or cable TV or anything like that. And we never see McDonald's ads, don't really go there. And if I do, it'll just get the basic B nuggets or something. So this is called the birthday cake iced latte from McDonald's. So the review was, well, let me tell you what's in it. It was caramel syrup, raspberry syrup, caramel flakes, which is like that golden white chocolate, with coffee or nah? Caramel syrup, raspberry syrup, caramel like chocolate flakes on top. She said her nice, so not too sweet then. Yeah. She said, I mixed the raspberry and I think that was my downfall. People have said the hot version tastes better. Diabetes. And then someone replied down here, Monty, I've had the hot one. It's like a Lamington infused coffee, but not in a good way. I don't really like coconut flavoured thing. The older I've got, I realised I don't like the coconut flavour. That I love coconut cake, but it has to be like fresh coconut. I don't like coconut oil as well. Coconut's very hit or miss as a flavour, I think. But is it coffee? Coffee with caramel and raspberry? I feel like part of me wants to buy one, part of me wants to recreate it ourselves, but I think we can come up with a better flavour combination. And why wouldn't you just call it Lamington? Like if it's raspberry and caramel, and probably because it's not chocolate, but like I wouldn't call that birthday cake. Birthday cake isn't really a thing in Australia. It's becoming, as we become more like Americanized and the more of like the insidious, it's my favourite word today, American culture, like we take on things like Halloween and American stuff. Birthday cake isn't a thing here. If you told me a birthday cake, I would tell you Black Forest, or like birthday cake is whatever you choose or whatever you prefer. There's not like a birthday cake flavour or like funfetti. I never knew what the word funfetti was until I started streaming. So yeah, it's very strange. I need to see if we have something similar in the States so I can send people mad at the siren getting rid of raspberry there. I like it. Yeah, same here. Birthday cake isn't a flavour and I'll never accept it as one. It's just, I feel like birthday cake is everything just with sprinkles in it. It's like birthday cake cookies. It's just like a vanilla cookie with sprinkles in it. It's sugar on sugar, but just looks pretty. It does. I'm admitting it looks pretty. Margot going in with a snack platter with some mixed nuts, some pineapple, some crackers, carrot, cukes, capsicum or bell pepper, and some cheese. Looks good. I need a snack more like that rather than snacking on, you know, all the stuff that... I realise that I don't eat much throughout the day, but I just snack on stuff that I've made or around. I need to get better at snacking healthily or eating like proper meal. You're my inspiration, Margot. Because I'd rather sit at my desk with something like that while I'm working and just nibble on that. That was good. Pineapple in Australia, that would probably like be quite sweet and quite nice, pineapple, but you'd never know because Australian pineapple has no colour to it. When you live in, like, we go to Bali or Indonesia, like the Asian countries, Malaysia, Singapore, like, sorry, what the proper term is Southeast Asia and Brazil, the pineapple is like golden, like colour of a banana. And it's so beautiful. But Australian pineapple, it's a trickster because you could get that pineapple and it'd be the tasteless bloody thing you've ever had, or it could be really good. You'd never know because it's basically white. It's very disappointing. Like, you know, Hawaiian, you get dole, open a tin of dole pineapple and it's golden, right? Pineapple colour. We don't get that over here. It's not very good. Well, I'm saying in Western Australia and a lot of Australia, the pineapple is this colour. Probably different in Queensland where it's more tropical. So I'm just getting in there before someone comes up and like, I live in Queensland. Greek chicken heroes for dinner. Yes. Yes, Kate. I love this. Guys, Greek chicken heroes from the website, MissMollyMakes.com. Look at that. Great job, Kate. Are there chippies in there? I like that. That's a good trick. So the Australian pineapple doesn't get as much sun. I don't know. Mudman shepherd's pie. Ooh, I like that shot. Very nice. Shepherd's pie. Then we got pot pie. Chicken pot pie. Damn. I'm just going through there because I know there's a few. Fennel salad. Very nice. Is that dill on top? Or Papa Bear, there is a recipe on my website. You should make it and then review it. Nicely, of course. Fully loaded hot dogs. Wow, these have ham in them? Oh my goodness. Ham, onions. There's probably heaps more stuff in there. Butter or margarine. Thanks, Roselli. Thank you, Dex. Mudman. Look at that. Greek salad. Thanks, Muddy. Oh, we're still going. We've got a grilled jalapeno sausage, cheese and ham and cheese toasties. Oh, hold on. So these are jalapenos and cheese. This is ham and cheese toasties. Oh, we're supposed to be doing jaffles today. I just remembered. We're going to teach you guys what a jaffle is. Do you want to do that before or after the Eggs Benedict? This was my really gourmet dinner the other night. Chicken noodles. Look at that. Well, no, this wasn't just chicken. So these Exceed laughed at me because I don't like buying the Maggi or the packet noodles when I just want to use the noodles themselves. So I buy a packet of plain noodles, like a 12-pack or whatever, from a company called Ayam. And then I just make my own seasoning, like stock powder or whatever. It was good. What on earth is a jaffle? Trixie, we are making eggs Benny. We're doing mother sauces, so we're going to start with hollandaise, but we're going to do a jaffle as promised. I think I might do it first. A jaffle, spaghetti and cheese jaffle. This is a website recipe from Beware, MMM. Miss Molly makes Parmesan crumb chicken cutlets. First word out of Jay's mouth. Damn, that's good. Look at that. Amazing. With some ravioli. Yeah. Look at that. Great work. And thank you for your review. There's a review coming as well. Nito burrito. Didn't give no description, Nito. Looks like salmon and poached eggs on toast with avocado and feta. But we never really fully know. We'll never know. First strike. Whip it. Okay, man, welcome back. No description. Mystery meal, that's it. I gave the glow up to the Sheng Jing Bao, so the pan-fried chicken buns. You can make them with chicken, pork, beef, whatever you like. But I took some new photos. I hope you guys like them. Okonomiyaki from Margot from the massive cabbage. What else have you made with the massive cabbage? Margot last week was like, I've got a massive cabbage. What do I do with it? Nice. Looks good. Kate's made homemade pizzas. Looks like some basil. Sausage. Ham or salami. Tomato. Ooh, barbecue. They're a barbecue family. Don't know about them. Do you guys like barbecue or ketchup better? Look at that. Looks good, Kate. Thank you for sharing. And then she got one of these. I've talked about these on stream a few times and complained that they're too strong and really dry. They got soda. I think that's why I don't like them. They're not very sweet. Even though I tried to add like elderflower syrup or something to them, I just couldn't get around it. They're double lemon and they also come in grape. Kate said they were okay for her. Was giving it a go. It's very much like lemon juice. I assumed it'd be more like lemon squash. Yeah, someone told me at the bottle shop that they were like Solo. It's not, doesn't taste like Solo. I thought it would be like American lemonade, kind of like that Solo drink that we had last week, carbonated lemonade, but it's not. It's not very good. Grumpy Gamer found some low sugar chocolate, quite good, doesn't have that artificial taste, and it's not overly bitter. So this is from a company called Moorish, Chocolata. I can't read from here. Chunky almond, yum. I really love almond and hazelnuts in chocolate. If you want to get in my good books, send me like chocolate with hazelnuts or almonds or just chocolate. Ferrero Rochers, exclamation PO box. Or cashew berry fruitful. I'm completely out of milk chocolate, by the way, the Calabao milk chocolate. But the place that I get it from, I got to tell you, they put up their prices. It went from 50 to 55 to 60, now $69 a packet. So I've got to find somewhere else to get it from. Margot spaghetti bolognese. Damn, did you say you use fettuccine noodles? Curly Fetty. I just made up that name. That's insane expensive. It's for 2.5 kilos, so 5 pounds, but it is good Belgian chocolate. But I think they know that. Chrissa, second attempt at Molly cinnamon scrolls. She left out the apple, but double the pecans, and they were delish. I love it. Thank you for sharing. Magnificent. Apple cinnamon scrolls from my website. Cinnamon rolls, cinnamon scrolls. Yeah, you got to make them. Have a look through the website and you'll be amazed what's on there. How much does Costco sell their chocolate for? I'm sure I saw that Calabao. There is the Calabao there, which I'm going to buy next time I go, but they only stock the dark version. and I want the milk version. Avian Samurai, we've been streaming for 36 minutes. We've done nothing. We've just talked. We've done last time on, and now we're doing all things food. And that is your 30-second recap. Welcome in. We are doing mother sauces. We're going to start with bechamel. We're going to make a jaffle first. I'm going to teach you about the Australian classic jaffle, and then we'll get into mother sauces. Easy went to a fancy birthday dinner, pork belly over grits. That is something that I would never thought I'd hear at a fancy restaurant, and I'm all about it. I love grits. Pork belly with grits would be amazing. Chicken piccata, chocolate creme brulee, and white chocolate bread pudding. We haven't done a creme brulee in a long time. We need to, someone redeem that. That looks amazing. Oh, that looks really good. The sauce from the pork belly over the grits was so good. Wow. But when you think, don't you agree? Like thinking of like pork belly or like a fancy restaurant and then having grits doesn't sound very fancy, but like easily, it's such a really good base. Like instead of using mash or some puree or whatever, grits is fantastic. I like it. That looks yum. Piccata, chicken piccata. You know what I think we need to use is the Italian cutlets or Italian chicken cutlets from the website and make chicken piccata. Ooh, so that's the creme brulee. If you told me that looks like a mousse or something or cake, chocolate cake. And then we had chocolate bread butter pudding. Dang. Speaking of nothing at all, I do beg y'all forgiveness if I'm rambling too much. I have one bottle of rum down, about to crack the whiskey next. Okay. Behave yourself. I'd never had chocolate creme brulee. It tasted like cake batter. So good. Wow. Looks good. Thank you for sharing. Taco salad, Kaz. Taco salad with fajita veggies, roasted corn. Very colourful. Look how beautiful. Hey, piece one. Thank you. Thank you, piece one. Love you. That looks really great. And then a chocolate Guinness cake with cream cheese frosting. Delish. I love it. Fabulous. Thank you, Kaz. Beware left a review on the website. First words from my fiance after trying. Do you like saying fiance? A bit fancy. I still sometimes think, oh my God, I've got a husband. I still get excited. My first words from my fiance is after trying it, that's good. Damn, that's good. Delicious, just as easy as it says. I've made other breaded chicken recipes before, but they were fried. But the fry then bake game is a game changer. Flavorful and juicy as promised. I serve it with ravioli and Alfredo sauce, but the leftovers have been tasty on their own for lunch today. I did initially have a few questions about the recipe, flour amount, when to bake, etc. But after reaching out to Molly, I was quickly given the info I needed and the recipe here was updated to match, which I appreciate. If you haven't been to the website, they're on the left, the right-hand side, there's a little speech bubble, and you can chat. So if I'm not there live, like if I'm not awake, it'll leave me a message and I can get back to you in a few hours. So please use it. It's called TDO. Well, you won't need to know it, but it's just like an instant chat. So you can leave me messages, ask me questions, things like that. That's the recipe, Parmesan crumb chicken cutlets. They're very yummy. Margot, dude, my Vegemite French toast. This is, I can't really call it mine, but it's what I made on stream last week. It's delicious, right? What was your review? So it's savoury French toast with Vegemite. Liz did one of the things that I've always wanted to do, which is the omakase. So basically it's like the chef's menu and it's usually like one bite and it's a multi-course menu, like a degustation type thing. Japanese food, a lot of seafood. Look how amazing all this is. She was saying this bottom left-hand one was uni udon with summer truffle. She said that was her favourite. It was like something she'd never had before. Look at this. Liz, do you want to tell us the restaurant, if that's okay, or is it, you don't have to. Look at that. I'm not a massive seafood person, but like you got to try it and experience it, don't you? Look at that. Fabulous. I wasn't in a hurry, but wondering if using it would help your numbers. I don't think it does because it's just a bonus. It's a thing that we just added on. Not a lot of other people do it, but I do appreciate it because that means you can leave me messages there and then I can get back to it. And I'm always interested on the questions people have because then I can ensure that the recipes are updated or any issues that are fixed. I do really appreciate it. It's called Oh My God Omakase by Gino. Okay. I don't know who Gino is, but it's in LA. Freaking fantastic. Kumanabe. Bear stew. Okay. Thank you for sharing, Liz, and I'm so glad that you had that experience. I'm just really thrilled that you shared it with us. Margot Recipe Tin eats pad see ew, which is rice noodles, right? How does this, because it's got veggies, is that how it differentiates itself from pad thai? Looks good. It'd be really up my alley. Thank you for sharing, Margot. Went to American barbecue place tonight, highly rate. Beef brisket with blackened shrimp po' boy, cornbread, brownie, and cherry pie. So this is a brisket with chips and then po' boy. So shrimp or prawns in a bread roll with onion rings. Ooh. And then cornbread and brownie. Ooh. And cherry pie. Cherry pie you can deny, driving fast you have to try it. Oh, it's a underrated Jennifer Lopez song. Looks good. Kate, that looks amazing. I'm glad that you enjoyed yourselves. I'm guessing it was just you and Dale, no children. In the Orange County. Okay, thanks, Liz. So, oh my God, omakase in Orange County. I'll try and remember that. Beware, stream of consciousness brought to you thanks to Panera Bread Delivery. What is green goddess dressing and why does it taste so good? I've made it once or twice, I think. And it's really simple. Everyone does a different variation. But Beware said, Molly, have you done a salad stream? Could be interesting and cover how to assemble different greens, make dressings at home, see if there are any regional salads. Someone redeem it and I'll do it. I'm honestly, salads are my weakest point. I can make a really great Caesar salad. I can do some roast veggie salads, but I'm not fantastic. I used to have this friend that would just go into our pantry and just whip together dressings and whatever we had in the fridge, and she was just incredible, and it was always so yummy. But I'd definitely like to do a salad stream and we can go through it and learn tips and tricks together and make vinaigrettes and things like that. Someone redeem it. Wolf Runner, pesto pork mince gnocchi with crumbled feta. Dang, you made the gnocchi yourself? I like this pot. This is dope. Hope it was delicious. Thank you for sharing. Beware, last but not least, hot out of the kitchen, Miss Molly makes creamy Mexican corn dip, review pending. Look at this. So this is our Mexican street corn dip. Need a review. Let me know what you think. No chili oil, I see. I understand, not for everybody. Look at that. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for making my recipes. I really appreciate it. All right. So the things we need are to get the petals out. The lifeblood of this dream, these petals. Gotta keep me hands free. Look at that, beautiful. Here, I just have chicken stock that we're gonna be using this chicken stock. It was in the freezer. I think it's chicken stock. Yeah, it's chicken stock. We're gonna use this as the base for our velouté, but I just need to kind of like warm it up. So I've just got a pot here of some water, and I'm just gonna kind of like submerge it to like bring it up. Didn't have any, put a little crushed red pepper on the butter, but honestly can't taste it. Need some advice for getting the ingredients to make your chili oil, but it can wait. We can make them like next week. I need to make more chili oil, so we can do it together. Someone leave me a message so I can do that. Okay, so the things we're gonna need for the jaffle are, this stream could go long, so buckle your pants in. Okay. This is typical Molly, like got a full stream today and was like, let's say yes to making jaffles as well, teaching the community on. This is a jaffle maker. Dex redeemed a pizza muffaletta, like the one shown here. I think Exceed would like that. Thank you, Dex, for your redemption. All right. Thank you, Roselli. All right, so this here is called a jaffle maker. So basically, has anyone ever seen anything? Hold on. Has anyone seen anything like this before? So we call it a jaffle maker. And you put your piece of bread in here, and then you put a filling, and then another piece of bread. And when you press this, it kind of like compresses and creates pockets of the filling. I have one of those somewhere, okay? All right, cool. So we're gonna let's make a coffee. Hey, Derek, Merrick. My eyes read Merrick, and then for some reason my mouth said Derek. I'm sorry, Merrick. How you been? Okay, just getting some milk. Get some cheese while I'm at the fridge. If I was cheese, where would I be? Where would I be if I was the cheese? Hey Google, add cheese to my shopping list. Any advice for someone who feels a little intimidated by new recipes? My nerves are getting me and stopping me trying. Of course, Chimp. At the end of the day, nothing grows in a comfort zone. However, I know that it's very intimidating to do something you've never done before. The only thing that one of the biggest things I can recommend is trying something you've had at a restaurant that you like and trying to recreate it at home. Trying to make something simple. So what are you intimidated? Like what's going through your head? Is it that you're worried about not doing the recipe like successfully, or is it like the ingredients? What about it are you nervous about? And let's talk about that, because I feel the same thing. Like I get worried about, I don't like wasting ingredients, and I don't like buying, for me, I don't like going to a restaurant and ordering something I've never had in case I don't like it. And I get nervous around that. And so one of the things that helps me is taking someone with you that will eat your leftovers, or like you can try it together, someone who's adventurous. But in the cooking world, like if you're cooking at home, access someone at like in real life, or we have a community here with me who can step you through the recipe or answer your questions. You're always welcome to ask questions in Discord, or if they're my recipes, use our DMs on our website, and I can step you through the recipes and help you. I have been asked recently to do some cook-alongs. If that's something you guys are interested in, we might be able to bring one back. If there's something that everyone can agree on that they want to learn, maybe we can do a cook-along, and you guys will be able to, we could do it off stream. So it's like a private video call where a group of you, we have like a cooking class, cooking lesson off stream, and it just be like 6 to 8 people or something like that. And I can step you through tips and tricks. And it's important for me to have some type of video. You don't have to be in the video, but maybe your hands or, the bowl or whatever. So I can see what you're making, how you're making it, to offer tricks. But utilize me in the chat, utilize me in Discord, and I'd love to help if I can. And you gotta have fun with it. Things aren't never gonna go to plan. Sometimes you make some mistakes, but you're learning all the time. As long as you're troubleshooting and going like, okay, did I not follow that step? Was I distracted, or did I have the wrong ingredient? Figuring out what you can do better next time is the big thing for cooking. And that's the same with everybody. Everybody, if you have questions, if I can be an assistance of any way, let me know, because that's what I'm here for. I love, the main reason that I stream is to help you guys improve your skills, help you feel more confident in the kitchen, because that's what I'm really passionate about. Okay, we're gonna have a tin of tomatoes for later, for another recipe, and then some spaghetti, okay? I'm just making a coffee. I can't find my little shaker of my chocolate shaker. It makes me feel fancy. I put it somewhere and I don't remember where. If I was a chocolate shake, it should be up there or down here. And it's neither of those places. For example, one would be with breads, is like dough part, making sure that it is kneaded correctly. I'd love to try making your buns, the kneading parts, well, the soft burger buns. I think I want to remake them so I can shoot them on the website, take new photos. So I'm more than welcome to make them. I love having them frozen in the freezer, so then we can have like a quick bread roll when we need, or snacks or whatever. So yeah, I'd love to know that. Let me know things like that. If there's a recipe you want to make and we can make it together. The kneading part for me, as I have a bad back, nice. Then I can teach you a lot of tricks for kneading. And yeah, definitely. Hieroglyphics, welcome in. Are we making hot sauces? We're making mother sauces. But we can talk about hot sauces. I can show you how to make hot sauces one day. All right. I was supposed to do this morning and I didn't do it. I'll wash it later. There we go. Like a mayonnaise. No mayonnaise today. The mother sauces are the 5 mother sauces. which are the lifeblood of French cookery. Bechamel, Hollandaise, Espagnole, Veloute, and red sauce. So information about them you can find in First Things First, which is the guide to getting you started in the kitchen, a self-published cookbook. And very simple. But we need to do mayonnaises would be a great one as well. The emulsion is very similar to like how when I teach you how to make the bechamel today. No, it's not bechamel, sorry. The hollandaise. Similar technique is to making a mayonnaise. Okay, to make my Molly coffee. So you just grab Zoe bechamel, a little bit of cinnamon, like this. Oh, that much. A little bit of clove if you want, but normally I don't do clove. Nutmeg and cardamom is the main game. Cardamom. There we go. I want to make hot sauces with my cayenne peppers I'm wearing. Fabulous. Fantastic. Yeah, well, definitely. Something that we can do. You want to make like a vinegar-based hot sauce. Do you have any, how do you like your hot sauces? Is it do you like something with sweetness, like sweet heat? Because that's my preference. So I do like a mango habanero or apricot habanero hot sauce. Or do you just like the real kick of the spice? Okay. All right, a little bit of brown sugar in there. Like that. Whoop. I'm not very good at the whole coffee thing, but there we go. Delicious. Do the rest of the brown sugar, why not? You wait. Coming into your cold months, you'll be screaming for this. It's like warming, nice, spiced. It's delish. The mollycoff. Okay. All right. So this is, that looks savory. It's just coffee. This is chicken stock that I saved from a while ago. I'm not massive on chicken stock, like making it myself, because unless it's for like a ramen or a pho or something like that, which I saved this for, it just takes up a lot of room in your freezer. But we're going to use this to make our velouté today. And I'm also going to be making a chicken, I want to recipe test like a Thai chicken soup for the website. So now I'm just going to melt this down. I submerged it in some warm water on the stove just to help it release from the pot. Tipped out that water and now put the stock in there and warm it up. Cool? Now, we're here for the spaghetti jaffle. So this is massive, massive in Australian culture is a jaffle. Or, okay, so what we want to do is, question, is the RGB lighting in the background messing with camera saturation? What looks too saturated, not saturated? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean. Okay. So here, Pop this. Oh, what you want to do is butter it first. Grab yourself. Looks to me like oversaturated on the red hue. Okay, I don't know, possibly. On the red hue, but everything else is, like my skin colour looks more saturated. Yeah, it's would your skin, because my makeup is weird today. Yeah, my skin, like I did something different with my moisturiser and my bronzer. My skin colour is a bit weird today. My face. All right. So butter these like that. There we go. Like that. Okay. And you get your tin sketty. The butter drawer. Drawer butter. See, I'm so dyslexic. This is tin sketty. Spaghetti. This one is SPC, rich tomato. Okay, so this, I don't know, this is, the ads for this when we were kids was, goodness me, it's SPC. Okay, so butter is on the bottom side, like that. Push it down. Seen tin sketty, yeah. Look at that. So you do it like this. You kind of, because the pack, what are they called? Like the pockets are going to be on this side and this side, whereas the two pockets are there. So I kind of like push it over towards that side a little bit. And then I personally like a little bit of cheese. Does it have to be SPC? No, it could be any brand. You could do, what was it we had last week that we were talking about? The Spagosauruses. You could do whatever you like. Will you do a non-savoury jaffle today? Nah. Chef Boyardee. Today's a sauce stream. This was just ad hoc because I mentioned it last week. All right. So neat. Looks like a lot of cheese, but it's not. Okay, like that. Now, turn it on. It looks like fancy bread, doesn't it? Okay. So, go like this, and then basically you don't want the insides to kind of squish out, which they will a little bit, don't stress. Squish it. Got a little bit of runoff here. Yuck. Yuck, 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 yuck. Yuck, 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 yuck. But wait for that to cook. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is a sketty jaffle. Biscotti, sketty. In our family, we call it sketty. Spaghetti, sketty. Just, you know when you say things as a kid or like your child or grandchild says something and something just sticks because it's funny? We would just say sketty. Or when we were kids, my cousin Pischetti, my grandma would ask my cousin what he wanted on toast, and he would say "duck butter." And so, like even to this day, my grandma always says, she said, "What do you want for on your toast? Duck butter, just butter." And so little things like that, they just have originated. What's duck butter? It's a very rare variety. It's only found in Western Australia. It could be good with spinach and ricotta. Ricotta. Okay. Let's get into eggs Benny while this cooks. This is our stock for our, needs to go a bit higher, obviously. Look at that fire. So we want to do bacon, poached. Today's about sauces, so I'm just going to do. I want to do like a fried egg. I need it like. I'm just conscious of the amount of time that I'll just waffle, and we'll be here for like 6 days. Bacon or ham, it's up to you. English muffin. You can see it's not a massive fan of English muffin because he thinks they're too small, but I don't care. English muffin. Poaching egg. No waffling, only, yeah, only jafflin. Okay, let's have a look at it. It's getting there. Look at that, it's getting there. Do you guys have this contraption or something like this in North America? What do you call it? Like a toasted sandwich or? Who hasn't heard of the term jaffle? I just ate English muffins. Hey, Jess. Sandwich press? But that's a flat one. This one pockets. It's got pockets. Okay. We just call them sandwich grills. Okay. So we're not going to do too much bacon, but we'll do a little bit of extra because we're going to use that for our. I get really nervous to say espagnol, the brown sauce. After all these years, I don't really know how to say it. Espanol. I've not heard it until you talked about it the other stream, okay? The kitchen, this channel was the first time. Hey! Tell me more about your first that you've done, that you found here. What other firsts? Things that I've said, crazy things, lessons you've learned. Tell me it all. Know how to rock. You know how to rock. I've got a predator moving his way around the kitchen. Espanol. I bought mine at Walmart and just looked. They call it a sandwich maker. Okay. Channel was the first time I'd seen someone use a broom to reach. I knew there was someone who was going to be a smart ass. All the words that mean one thing in Australia and another in the US. Yeah. Don't call, just like how we call biscuits scones. People don't like that. All right. I tried something different with my hair. I didn't love it, so we're going back to the pony. Do I look more me now? Should I start using my names? Nah, Papa Bear. I know you're a bit inebriated, so I don't want to know what you call things. I think it's better we don't go there. All right, some back on. The Molly cookbooks were the first cookbooks I ever purchased. Amazing. Do you need more? I love that. Thank you, Dex. In an obscure Swedish dialect that is circa 400 years ago. All the words that mean, oh yeah, I read that. Yeah, there's these things that I say that mean something completely different. The Australian slang or sometimes the molly slang. All right, so we're just cooking the bacon. And we're gonna do two things. I don't wanna like separate while we're doing this, then also doing this, it takes away from the lessons of the live stream. So we'll just focus on the jaffle, okay? There we go. I don't know what's happening here. It seems to be a bit, ow! Don't touch the hot plate, it's a bit spicy. Just gonna try and get some more color here. Look at this. Oh, man. Hold on. Wait for it. Here we go. Wait for him to come back. You can smell the bacon. That's tuba, chesterito, chorizo. Choo-choo, choo-choo-choo-choo. Hey. Oh, Romy's coming too. We'll just do a dog stream. You guys can watch them. Urgh. Wait for it. Come on. You can't see the black one. No. You have to come closer in. He's like what's the guy off Top Gear? The guy that likes to be covered, the racing car driver. You know what I mean? James May. No, the Stig. Ron likes to stay in obscurity. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, lads, ladies, legends, let me present to you the jaffle. Okay, so this is how your mum would give it to you. They're not fancy, but they are hot. Very, very hot. Okay? So, you just break it in half like that. And remember, these are like a cheese and tomato toasty. The filling is molten. It's molten. So, see if I can... And we added cheese as well, remember? Ready. That is your spaghetti, tin spaghetti and cheese toasty. What do we think? Crunchy bread. So good. Cheese spaghetti, yeah. So the things that I buy from a tin are tin spaghetti, but also steak and onions, and they're really good on here as well. It's very hot. I remember the last time I had one of these. Hey, Nico. Very nice. I can't eat any. I'm just eating the bits on the outside. That will go to Exceed? Or do you want it? Huh? All right, give me one moment. Hey, Romy. Somebody. All right. And that is a, oh, Romy's following me. And that's a jaffle. Okay. So now we're going to do hollandaise, and I'm going to show you how to make eggs benny. So the things you will need are a plate, obvi. I'll show you how I do it, because I multitasking, all right? So you need a saucepan for poaching the eggs as well as making the hollandaise sauce. The fry pan will be for the bacon, and then you need a toaster for your English muffin, okay? So this is your bacon. We'll fry this a little bit more over here. Okay. Here, we're gonna poach the eggs at the same time we make our hollandaise, multitasking, but I'm gonna go through it slowly so that you can see how to make the hollandaise from scratch. Find the recipe in here. So go to the mother sauces section. Here we go. Hollandaise, the things you'll need are 4 egg yolks, 1 cup of salted butter, a little bit of cold water, some lemon juice, cayenne pepper if you want. So we're gonna halve it. So we're gonna do 4 egg yolks, a little bit of water, salted butter, lightly salted butter. So I'm gonna see if I can, instead of using this one, I'm gonna use my OG. Just, here we go. Okay, it sits much better. All right, so getting to the back. Hollandaise doesn't need to be complicated. It's really easy. It's best if you're prepared and organized ahead of time, so you have all your stuff planned and do your mise en place, which is everything in its place. I'm gonna grab a lemon. Beautiful lemons from our friend's garden. Okay, so lemon, egg, butter, which is here. So all I'm gonna do, this is actually unsalted, but I'm gonna add some salt to it, because it's funny that I don't buy unsalted butter usually. This is cultured unsalted, and I've had it in my fridge for like 4 weeks because I don't know what to use it on. You can't leave it at room temperature like my regular salted butter. And it's more of an inconvenience to have it actually. So I'm gonna use it with this. I don't personally like unsalted butter. I like lightly salted butter. And that's what I recommend to you guys. Everyone's got their own personal preference. Okay, but I'm in the camp of do what you like. You can bake with unsalted, it's fine. And bake with salted, it's fine. But get a better quality salted. That's like a Lurpak or a Western Star. All right. When I'm making special, oh yeah, like flavored butters, yeah. Like your compound butters. Okay, half a cup of butter, 2 eggs. I'm gonna need to poach eggs, so I'm gonna make another 2 for poaching. Okay. Vinegar. So here, now add a little bit of vinegar to the water here. Now it's a bit dark, I will. Romy, chill out. Chill out. Good. Rome's barking at me. Nice. Shh. All right. Rome. Okay. Let's try this. So, water, vinegar, and then we need a bowl that will sit on top of here and not touch the water underneath. Whisk like this. I don't know, my smaller one's in the dishwasher, but I like a silicone whisk. So, got everything out and organised. All right, prepare your egg whites over here and get everything out ready. It is a beautiful whisk, isn't it? I got it from a whiskey guy. Like that. Red whisk, best whisk. Okay, so poaching eggs, bacon, English muffin, lemon juice, salted butter, melted, 2 egg yolks, bit of extra salt if you want, cayenne pepper if you want. You can do saffron, truffle, whatever you like. Okay, so we'll do it like this. So the water is heating up, and the things you also need a little bit of water. A little bit of cold water. Ooh, for my P.O. box? For me? Really? You're kidding. Make sure you test it test it if it's boiling by dipping your finger. Yes, Matala. That's what you got to do. Matala, don't you sass me. Hope you're having a great week. Do you have a good weekend? I love Molly's utensils. I wait every stream to catch sight of a mini cleaver. This one? I don't use it very often. It's already taken prisoners, this guy. So he's like, you don't mess with this little one. The guy who sharpened it was his first victim, and I don't want to be his next. Oh my God, it's so cute. It is very cute. A stream pot never boils. Not bag relaxing, that's good. Hey Huffle, welcome in. All right, so we're all prepared. We got some pepper and salt if we want, oil, fabulous. So, hollandaise is a creamy, I'll read you from First Things First, because we work so hard to write it that it should be read out. Hollandaise sauce is a rich, creamy sauce that uses butter and egg yolk as a base and is thickened through emulsification. It's best served on fish, poached eggs, or steamed veggies. So it is our first mother sauce today. One of the sauces that I think that people worry about screwing up. Best thing that I can recommend is getting organised, having your mise en place, everything prepared, and reducing your heat. It's better to start on a lower heat because you're not going to screw up if you're on a lower heat. But if you get too hot, then you risk everything burning or separating, curdling. So it's best to stay low. Okay. We're also going to be poaching eggs at the same time, but it'll be okay. So here I've got the eggs like this, literally just going to crack them in like that. And by the time we finish our hollandaise, they'll be ready. You can, if you'd like, Give them a little swirl so then they move off the bottom. The water's a little bit colder than I should have done. But I'm trying to keep the water cooler because they'll cook slower so I can make the hollandaise. Okay, so this guy on top of here, all right, reduce the temperature. All right, so combine the egg yolks, cold water in a heat-proof mixing bowl. So we'll go egg yolks like this, a little bit of water like that. We're just gonna whisk this together, break up the yolk. Fabulous, okay? So get a little bit foamy. And we're gonna start to, oh my God, I didn't cut the lemon. Hold on. Okay, and now start squeezing in some of the lemon juice as you're whisking, like that. Okay, so the heat is gonna start to warm it up and thicken, and then you start to drizzle in some of your butter, your melted butter, okay? So see how my butter is separated? You guys can see. So I'm just gonna give it a quick mix to kind of get some of those milk solids coming to the top. Like this. Look at that, see, nice and glossy. Beautiful. A little bit at a time, give it a whisk. Look at that. I don't know if it's focused enough for you. Oh, hold on. The burner's a bit hot. All right, last little bit. Special effects. Yeah. All right, have a taste. A little bit more lemon juice. And then remember I said I'm using unsalted butter, so it's a bit boring, a bit shit. So the salt is really important. Oh, I had to turn my heat off. Now it's not thickening enough. All right, so keep over the heat and it'll start to thicken. And ABT, always be tasting. Add more lemon juice or salt and pepper as you need. Hold on. Oh, shit, face. All right, take these eggs out. One. Look at that, beautiful eggs. ABT, always be testing. Okay, turn the heat back on. Like that, so we're multitasking. So we're cooking the hollandaise, we've poached the eggs, they're setting aside. And then you're just whisking, like that. And you let this sit, the residual temperature will also start thickening. So that's why I always recommend take it off a little bit earlier than you're done or serve it straight away. I wonder if this will be okay for me to go and, I need to go and put toast in my English muffin. Oh, that's really good. Ah! All right. There we go. Sheila, welcome in. So I'm just having issues with my stove. This is very high powered, this wok burner. So it doesn't like to be on low because there's no, like the low is still very high. Yeah, Merrick, you just need to like mix it just enough to get it off the bottom. But you don't need to, like poached eggs, hollandaise don't have to be difficult. All right, tasting. Yum. A little bit more salt. And crack in some pepper. Do you see how glossy it is? I don't know where the focus point is. Like I see, because I'm cooking this on a lower temperature, I'm worried that the burner is too hot. It's taking a little bit longer, but I've got more control over it, and I know it's not gonna curdle. Okay, so it's better to go low and slow, and cook it over a longer period of time than getting too hot and do it quickly. So you see how simple, huh? Now it's much thicker. Have a taste. See how it's thickened up now? Fabulous. Turn it off. Hot. You see? Beautiful. Oh, so beautiful. There we go. Glossy, beautiful, emulsified. We'll add some pepper. Tend to move the bowl from the bain-marie to the bowl to cold water back. Do you feel it's necessary? I don't think so. For me, I would think so you take it from the hot water to cold water. I would feel like you're shocking the eggs, and that the temperature change. For me personally, I don't. You can what I do recommend is taking it off the heat, whisking it, but not cold water, because then you're reducing the temperature of the eggs really far down, and then they've got to work a lot harder. That I would think. I don't know the science behind it, but maybe that you're more likely to scramble or curdle the eggs because of the temperature change. Yeah. No, what I do if the heat gets a bit too high, I dip it in cold. Oh yeah, okay, to reduce it down. I can understand that, yeah. But I thought you were talking about heating it on high temperature, putting it in cold water, then bringing it back up. Yeah, okay. As long as it works for you, then that's awesome. I don't I'm not a fan of gatekeeping if you find something that works for you. Oh, yum. Hey, Katie. What are you humming about? Look at that. All right. Now we have to toast the bun. So keep that warm. If you find that it gets a bit thicker, too thick, then you can certainly add a little bit of cold water and thin it out, or extra butter as well. All right, let me get these into the toaster. Yeah, so that's why I always that's why I was saying I recommend keeping it at a lower temperature so it doesn't get too hot. But things happen, so yeah, reducing it by taking it off the heat or cold water. Good idea. Okay, so a little bit of lemon, and that's it. Very simple. So as it sits here, remember the bowl is quite warm, so it's going to continue to cook, so it will thicken up. So depending on how you like it. Why does the sub goal keep changing? What do you mean? Because sometimes if we hit it, then I make it into something else. Do you want it to be something consistent? Like if we hit it, then it's always be 20 or 30 or something. Is that what you're talking about? I tried to make it, I was going to make it 420, but then I was like, that's a lot of subs. So I made it 42, I think. Oh, I've seen notifications for twice so far. Oh, I haven't changed it. I think if someone resubs, but it's saying it's something different each time. Is this no? So a great question, Roselli. This is a sauce that you make on the day. You can't freeze it. It's not very good refrigerated. It's best made and served within 20 minutes. That's why a lot of restaurants, I hate it, but I understand it. A lot of restaurants use a pasteurized sauce, hollandaise sauce, because it will start to get too thick or it starts to set and it's really hard to keep on the right temperature. It's terrible microwave. You can't microwave because then it cooks the eggs completely. So I recommend making it and serving it, you know. You can reheat it over a bain-marie the next day with a bit of extra butter, but you're playing a risky game, a very risky game. Yeah, so like you could pop this back over a bain-marie tomorrow, pop it in the fridge, pop it in the bain-marie, and add some more butter, maybe another egg yolk. That's what I would recommend. I did buy some tarragon. I don't have any tarragon fresh, but I bought some tarragon dried, and stir some tarragon and some more lemon and maybe some mustard, I think, to make a béarnaise. I've never had a proper béarnaise sauce before, but I remember from Qualified, she always said that was her favourite sauce. Tarragon and shallots, thank you. Okay, so you don't really need butter because the hollandaise is so buttery, but it's kind of like a creature of habit. Okay. Bacon. This bacon's really crap. Okay. Beautiful. And then your poachies. Okay, so the key to like a good poachy as well is you've made them. You can let them sit here, and they're pretty cool, but they're soft, really soft. Trim them to make them look prettier. So like if you take all these scraggy edges off, flip it over, and it looks like a beautiful poachy, like that. Look at that. And they look, no one will ever know. Super easy. And then finally, your piece de resistance. See here. See, like, that's thickened. It's a little bit too, it's not drizzly enough for me. So, get a little bit of butter. The bowl's warmed. Yeah, the bowl's cooled down now. So usually if you put butter in it, it will melt. But add a little bit of water, cold water. There we go. Beautiful. Butter is always your best bet to thin it out because it's like something that's already in there. Look at that, beautiful. Easier than I thought it would be. I told ya. Okay, ready? It's a very sexual song, perfect for these food porn we're about to give you. Someone should clip that. Look at that. Dang. Now this is the wrong beat. This is not the vibe. You want me? Oh, now we're getting there. Ready? Thank you. I'm here all week. It's a naughty plate. Damn. Look at that. Oh, that is food porn right there. Levitating, yeah. What do we think? Anyone impressed? Anyone think that hollandaise is a lot easier? You're gonna give it a try. The recipe is in our cookbook and ebook. First things first, so we're going through today, doing the mother sauces. We poached eggs, so using a fry pan and a saucepan, we poached eggs, made hollandaise at the same time, and then fried our bacon. Easy. Easy. Bacon, eggs Benedict. Yep. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, can I pick it up? Can I pick it up? I got hollandaise on my camera. I love that for me. Look at that. Oh! Dang. Look at this. Ready? Mmm. Seriously, this has got everything. It's got bacon, it's got gooey, drizzly eggs, and it's got hollandaise, which is like drizzle porn as well. It's amazing. Let me take this to Exceed. He'll probably want a knife and fork. Knife. Yeah, I like salmon, or you can do halloumi, you could do tofu, heaps of stuff. I have it all over my fingers.
Well, thanks, dear.
Okay. Who's ready to continue? Next one. So, I'm going to teach you how to make a mushroom sauce 2 different ways. So we're going to do a velouté base, creamy mushroom sauce, and then a rich Espanol base as well. So like a, what's the word? Like a demi-glazed base, and richer, deeper, okay? I love that you're doing this, by the way, super helpful. I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me know that. This is like these type of themes. Let me know what we can do. I like the salad one for next time. Okay. So we'll keep this in here and I'll show you, I'll pop it in the fridge and I'll show you how to reheat it. Oh, it's so good. Just remember, no, just try to forget. Don't remember. Try to forget that there's half a cup of butter in there. Okay. Now, so, do you want to go creamy or do you want to go dark first? Do you want a dark base or a blonde base first? Velouté, which is your light stock. Chicken today, or you could do fish stock, or we're going to go, it makes me uncomfortable to say, espagnole base. So we're doing 2 mushroom sauces, one with a dark, so a light stock, velouté, or we're going to do an espagnole, which is your dark beef stock. Okay, and we're going to be doing like a demi-glaze, so we're going to be doing your mirepoix, your carrot, your celery, your onion, and tomato, a bit of tomato paste. And we're going to make a really rich sauce versus a light creamy mushroom sauce. Matala says velouté. Easy. Okay, more coffee. Now show everyone how easy Alfredo is to make. So we can do an Alfredo. That's a great way. We can do an Alfredo. We'll do the bechamel and we'll make that into let's do that. Using brown mushrooms. So these are portobello mushrooms. So you know what button mushroom, like a little white button mushroom? You know that that's a baby mushroom and this is an adult mushroom. They're the same thing. That one just grows into this big boy. Did you know that? So I always thought that there were different varieties, but it's like how you leave a grape or like, you know, let something grow for a longer, like a capsicum. Some varieties of capsicum will start out green, you leave them on the vine longer and they go orange and red. It's the same with mushrooms. Button, portobello, they're just different ages. Yep, yeah. So little fun fact that I learnt. So these mushrooms, they're more expensive because they've just been growing for longer. Okay, so we'll do the velouté first. So you want to go to this page, first things first, sauces. This is on page recipe 15. We're going to need butter, plain flour, salt, pepper, some dry white wine, chicken stock, heavy cream, parsley, and we're going to add in the mushrooms, okay? So we're just going to do a simple version of the velouté with the mushrooms. Are you going to wash the mushrooms? I don't personally wash the mushrooms. I will look at like the surface and brush the surface off. Sometimes I will peel the mushrooms like on the outside layer. When I was a kid, or like when I was really learning, I used to just peel the mushrooms back like this and remove the outside skin. But I'm not too worried. Just remove any dirt. Some people say to wash them, some people say don't. If they're really sandy, then I will. Mushrooms are like 80, 90% water anyway. And when we cook them, the water's going to evaporate. So I don't bother, like I don't get nervous about washing them. If they're visibly dirty, got dirt, sand, then it's better to wash them because I wouldn't want that in my food. But these are really good. The way that they come, they're always quite clean. So I'm not fussed. Yeah, brush or damp cloth, yep. But yeah, I used to grab it like this, if you're really worried, and pull off this outer layer like that. But this is all nutrients. You know, where there's more colour, that's where you're getting different types of minerals in your foods and your veggies. So I like to keep the skin on as much as possible. One, I don't really like peeling. I don't like the active peeling. I'll only ever really peel for presentation or apples. When you cook apples, the skin doesn't break down. Whereas a lot of the stuff you can get away with not peeling it. I don't peel ginger, still fine. Okay, so we're gonna put that there. A lot of butter today. Butter, flour, we're gonna make our roux. So butter is here. Gotta grab my plain flour. Salt, pepper, white wine, cream. Okay. Cream. I bought a fresh new cream. Everyone's hating on my fridge last week because a few things went a bit bad, but it's not my fridge's fault, okay? Hey Google, add white wine to my shopping list. Sauvignon Blanc, dry white wine. Plain flour, there we go. So, I would usually do this in a saucepan, but for visual purposes, I'm going to do them in a fry pan today, here, so you guys can see. Okay. Does that look good? Okay. All right, I'm just preparing, getting organized. I did, yeah, okay. I think I remember your name. We did make the knife. It was good. How have you been? All right, cleaning my bench top. I need some fresh mushrooms. All I have right now is 6 frozen. Oh, see, I never really thought of freezing mushrooms. Okay. So the only thing we need to be careful of here is me being me and stirring too much and the sauce go out the sides. So that's why I usually use a saucepan. But today, visual reasons, it's better to visualize in a fry pan. Okay, so we need 4 tablespoons of plain flour. Wet. So get prepared, get organized. 1. I don't really need, I'm going to halve it because I don't need that much. Yeah, so 2 tablespoons. 2 tablespoons of butter. So I'm going to melt all of this butter. So we're going to be making a roux. Does anyone know what a roux is? Okay, so we've got our flour, our cream here. Okay, so the difference between a bechamel and also a bechamel, a velouté, and an espagnole is starts with the roux, which is the sauce base, which is flour and fat. So we predominantly, a lot of people use, it's a starch and a fat. So the starch we use is plain flour and the fat we use is butter because it gives more rich flavour. But you can use lard, you could use drippings, what is lard? Olive oil if you wanted to. And then you want to cook the oil or the fat in the starch. And then you want to incorporate a liquid to then it works as a thickening agent. The roux will become the thickening agent to thicken the sauce. But the difference with the beurre manier that I used last week, where I told you that we added it in at the end, because a beurre manier is great for thickening, but you haven't remembered to do it at the start. the roux is used at the beginning and it's the base of the sauce because you're toasting off the flour and building the sauce on top of it. Whereas the beurre manier, which is the flour mixed with the butter, is added at the end to thicken. It's like if you've forgotten or the sauce isn't thick enough. Whereas these ones are the base of the sauce. So we're toasting the flour in the butter or the fat, and then we're going to start to incorporate a liquid to then make a sauce, okay? And it's the roux is going to thicken that sauce. So what we're doing today is the bechamel, the velouté, and the espagnole. The difference between the three of them is a bechamel uses dairy primarily, or like a cream-based. So the white sauce we usually use milk. The velouté uses a clear, a light stock, fish or chicken stock, because you know the color of it. It's like for lighter vegetables, chicken, poultry, and whereas the espagnole is your really rich, dark sauce, and that is using a darker stock base. So you're using something like beef, venison, and we're gonna be using some red wine with that. So it's like it's a richer sauce, whereas the velouté we're gonna add some white wine. So it's a lighter in color, lighter in flavor, fresher sauce. Makes sense? And the bechamel as well is you're using your milk, and then later on you can add herbs, you can add cheese to it. A lot of people make it into a mornay, which is adding cheese. But these are the bases of sauces that you know and love. They start with these sauces that we're making today, the five sauces, okay? All right. So cream, 1 cup of stock. Need to measure everything out, be prepared. Exada Imperius, welcome in. From Guadalupe, hello. Hard to find acorn flour starch without gathering the acorns yourself. You've told me that, yeah. Yeah. All right. Okay. So we've got chicken stock here. This is chicken stock that I made a while ago and it's in the freezer. So we're going to need 1/2 cup of this. I really should do the whole lot. Yeah, I'll do the whole lot. Why not, hey? So 1 cup of chicken stock. Add more plain flour. Excuse my bad English, no worries. Our English is all bad sometimes. Hey, chat. I always applaud people who are learning a different language or speaking, their secondary language, because it is intimidating. I know I've been there. Okay. 4 tablespoons flour, 1 cup of chicken stock, 1/2 cup of heavy cream. So pour that there. 1/2 cup of cream. This is just a very simple base recipe. You can tweak it as you like with quantities, but this one's in first things first. And after a while, you just do it by sight and do it by feel. Okay, then we want wine, 1/2 cup of wine. I think that's basically 1/2 cup. Cool. You can add some garlic if you want, because we're going to make it into. I'm going to make the velouté plain, and then I'm going to show you how to do it with the mushrooms, okay? Because then there's no point in me making a mushroom sauce because you've got to learn how to make the actual, the base first, right? All right, fabulous. Chicken stock, heavy cream, parsley. We can grab wine, salt, pepper. Cool. Okay. So we're going to start here. Turn the heat on low, medium low. Just let's start with low if you're learning. I'm going to grab a whisk, my little mini whisk. If I can find it. There it is. And also the garlic press. Okay. So to start our roux is we're going to add in our 4 tablespoons of butter. So this is dessert spoon, so I'm going to add a little bit more. 3, 4, there we go. So we're going to melt that, warm it up. Okay, and then add our salt and pepper. Where is the pepper? Like this. And we'll add our flour. So, adding in our flour like this. Beautiful. So we're cooking, starting to thicken those starches like this. So this is referred to as a blonde roux because it's blonde, it's pale. If we were to continue to cook this with that butter in there, we know how we brown butter, that toasty colour and toasty flavour will start to come through and you'll get a brown roux and that adds like a deeper flavour. Better in something more of like an espagnole or like a deeper, richer sauce. Like this. You can see how it's thickened already. It's continuing to thicken. My whisk is bent. I'm trying to bend my whisk. I don't know what happened to it. Okay, that is a tiny whisk. Okay, so it's starting to thicken. Because this is more surface area, it's going to start to cook faster than it usually does. Okay, so here now is where you can add your garlic if you're going to use some for your sauce. So you can gently not cook it too much because we're just kind of like toasting it like that. Fabulous. So we've got our salt, pepper, our butter and our plain flour. All right. So the first thing we're going to start to do is we're going to add the wine before we add the stock. So the reason is because we want to cook off the alcohol for the wine. So make sure it's on low heat now and you'll see as we start to incorporate it, it will start to thicken straight away. And you want it on a lower heat so it doesn't clump. There we go. And you get lumps because if your heat's too high, you'll get lumps. Okay, so as you're stirring, adding in your chicken stock like this. And it's thickening and you're adding it slowly as you're whisking. If you find that you get some big lumps, you can get them out with your immersion blender later on, or just put some, it's a little bit harder in a saucepan, in a fry pan compared to a saucepan, but we're making do. All right, see how beautiful that is? Just keep incorporating a little bit more and it will take up and it will thicken. So where I would add the mushrooms would be at the start where I added the garlic. Cook that off and start to add your mushrooms there, okay? Right? Yum. Okay, and then I'm going to show you, I just decided I'm going to do two different versions. So I'm going to show you the simple veloute, and then we're going to do a mushroom version as well. So adding your cream, like that, and that's your simple, really simple veloute cream sauce. Okay, so you can serve this on its own with fish. You can add veggies, herbs, and keep it as thick, or you can thin it out as you wish, all right? So you can add more garlic to this and serve it with pasta, but spectacular, look at that. All right, so what I'm gonna do now is same steps. I should have halved the butter, but that's fine. Okay. Now we're going to make the mushroom sauce. So, I don't care about that there'll be heaps of sauce for this. Next time I'll do with the espagnole differently, but I can make this with pasta. Find knife. Anyone have any questions? So like this would be an amazing base for, you could add some chicken into that, like chopped chicken and some broccoli, stir it through pasta, amazing base for pasta. There's so many uses of simple veloute, but we're gonna make a mushroom sauce. So I'm just gonna, that. I like to take the stem out, like that, flip it over and it sits flat. Remember, you always need more mushrooms than you think because they boil down to nothing. Like that. Okay. Turn my heater off, it's a bit hot. Okay. So, we're gonna start, same thing again. I'm gonna wipe out that pan because we don't want the butter to mix with the water. Okay. It's from our bacon before. Okay. So, who remembers what we do first? What are we going to add? Just moving around. Who remembers what we do? Step one. All right, turn our heat on. Low. Okay. Butter. Like that. And we're going to add in our garlic. All right. Whoa. Okay, hold on. Garlic. Step one, add butter and garlic. Yep. Butter, salt, pepper, flour. Grab your whisk. Like that. Okay. Beautiful. Oh, what am I doing? Doesn't matter. So you can cook. How would I do this? Just trying to think. Yeah, this should be fun. Just cook these. Oh, I've done the wrong thing. Because the mushrooms, you should probably cook separately and then add into the sauce. I'm thinking, now, how would I usually do this? This should be fun. Okay. So I'm going to add a little bit of stock because it's going to thicken, right? And we want the mushrooms to be cooked. Man, I didn't really think this through. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I would say cook the mushroom. I'm not a very good teacher now. I'm doubting myself. Cook the mushrooms separately, then add them into the sauce. Or cook them cook the mushrooms, then remove them, then make the sauce, then add them back in. Yeah, just trying to think of... Right. Because by the time I was thinking of, oh man. Yeah. Then add to the, yeah. I wasn't thinking about that. So you can cook it like this, so they're cooking as it thickens and renders out the fat, the water. That's fine. Look at that. It's all coming together. Okay, add your wine as well. It's important adding your wine before it gets really wet and saucy, because you want the you need to bring it to a just trying to think about what I'm saying. You got to get it to the high temperature so that the alcohol cooks off. All right, look at that. There we go. Still works in the end. See, even if you screw those steps up, still works in the end. I like my sauce for like a cream sauce like this with mushrooms, quite peppery. It's up to you how you prefer it, what kind of herbs you want to do. But ABT, always be tasting. Yum. A little bit more salt. And there we go. Look at that. So that is the base. And then we're going to add in our cream. Look at that. And then this is perfect on like a veal scallopini. You could do this on steak. You can serve chicken breast with a mushroom sauce. There we go. How good does that look? Mushroom's one of those things that the food with mushroom doesn't taste doesn't look very good, but it tastes really amazing. The flavors come out. The garlic works really well. Pepper. Yum. So this could be considered a mushroom risotto. Huh? There's no rice in it. What do you mean? Oh, yum. Greetings. Hey, Kate. There we go. Look at that. New same process. Yeah. Kinda. All right. Coincidentally, I cooked half of this yesterday, and I made my sushi, which I don't need to explain on stream because I've done it a million. I've told you guys a million times. But I have this obsession with this type of sushi that I just make all the time. I always burn my risotto. Low heat, low heat. All right, bit of steak. Reheat it. And then serve this sauce with mashed potato, or like cauliflower would be amazing as well. Mashed cauli, whipped cauli, whatever you like. Okay, and so then this is the base. So this is the veloute that we made earlier. Like that, plain, very simple, bit boring on its own, like that. So what we'll do, I'm just trying to find, okay. So that's our veloute. Oh, see, these tongs are terrible. They don't pick up anything and then they bend. So it's more like I use them to scoop and flip. Just sometimes better to use your hands. Like that. That'd drive me nuts, yeah. I've got one good pair somewhere, but they're okay for other stuff. That's why I've kept them. Yeah, you need to be able to grab your meat properly, like pick it up and, you know. Hey bakery. Okay, mushroom sauce. Look at that. Amazing. Not very pretty, but tastes amazing. Like that. Yum. I don't have any. You would eat that? Thank you. Okay. Alrighty. So I don't have any mash, I don't think. Let me see if we have any mash in the fridge. We did at one stage. Oh my God. Alright, it's not the best quality mash. See if I can zhuzh it up. Okay, turn it off. Okie dokie. So, potato there. Like this. And steak. Bit of cream. Royal blue potatoes make the best mash. And they like absorb butter and cream. Okay. I like plating up here because the light is better. Okay. Oh, I almost put my spoon in my coffee. I want to do that. Look at that. All right. Are you ready? Are you ready? Potato coffee. Oh, focus at the wrong time. Look at that. What do you think? Cracked pepper, lady madame. Lads and ladies, legends. Look at that. That steak and mushroom sauce, mashed potato, dang. Look at that. You drooling? That's how I want ya. All right, I'm gonna show you same thing as before. What do we think? In the chat. In the chat. In the chat. So super simple how to make a velouté. Any questions? Any comments? What do we think? So while that kind of sits and rests a little bit, we're going to cook these mushrooms. I'm going to show you how to do the other way, where cook mushrooms and add that to the velouté to then make your mushroom sauce, okay? A lot of dishes today, I think. Okay. Hey, Chewy. So the thing here, you just want time to cook the mushrooms to sweat off and start to release their moisture. Sometimes if I'm lazy or like I want to cut down, I add a little bit of water in there, and that kind of, the water's going to evaporate anyway. It doesn't do anything detrimental to the mushrooms, just like makes the cooking happen a bit quicker. Hey, Maddie, love mushrooms? Nice. Just like the cupcakes, the mushroom cupcakes. All right, like that. So what you're aiming for here is you don't want to see any white. Like, see how I know that these are not cooked yet? Because they will go like more of a translucent color, and they'll go, see, you can see there. Oh, where's that piece? Shit. This has started to sweat down, but the middle isn't cooked yet. And it will start to become more translucent. And you can see it's happening with our eyes. And the white will go away, really opaque color. And so you want to cook until everything's like that color, all right? It starts to sweat down, reducing color. Kind of a jump start with adding the water. Yeah, yep, and a pinch of salt. Yep, for sure. So you can add some garlic here as well if you want. You want to add the garlic towards the end because you don't want to burn the garlic. So you only want to cook garlic for like 1 to 2 minutes, 1 minute mainly, so it doesn't burn before you start to add your other ingredients, like to make it more saucy, because the garlic goes bitter. It's really hard to kind of mask that flavor. All right, so like that, that's my mushrooms. Turn my heat down. You could add some wine or something here, or you just add your sauce like that. The problem here, not the problem, but I want to explain to you like the difference of the sauce that I made before. see that the mushrooms had an opportunity to kind of cook into the flour and everything, whereas this is very pale, like in comparison. What I would recommend with this technique is just cook it for a little bit longer to let the mushrooms increase their colour a bit more. Okay, so it's thickened quite a bit because of it's gone into a hot pan and it's started to thicken. No issue at all. Just add some more milk. Sorry, no more milk because we're making a velouté. So you want to add some more stock, more chicken stock like this. Could add milk if you wanted to because we're using cream, but look at that. There we go. Thin it out. But I'll show you the difference. I'll do this one. Good morning. You might be able to notice a difference when I do this, put them side by side. Okay. All right. Look at that. It's a mushroom sauce, but I want to show you. So this is the version here. This needs more cream to be kind of a true comparison. So let's add a little bit of cream here. Yeah. The flavor difference. Okay. So, a little bit of cream. But see the color difference? Where this one here has had more time for the mushroom to kind of impart its flavor in the sauce because it was cooked at the beginning and then we started to add our stock and everything. Whereas this, the mushrooms were cooked on their own and then added to the velouté itself. So it's paler in color, hasn't had as much time to impart and kind of impregnate itself with the rest of the sauce. So let's have a taste. Mushroomy, creamy, kind of a stronger mushroom flavor. Whereas this one has more of a lighter flavor, more, you can taste the wine more through this one. This one here. Whereas this one's creamier. It's kind of depending how you want to make it or what order you do it. That's really nice. They're both very similar. I don't think you would be like, oh my God, that you can really tell the difference if you didn't know. But this one here has more of a stronger wine velouté flavor, whereas this one's more creamy. And it also could be down to like the way that I made them. Like this one just has less cream, this one has more cream in it. But a lot of it is down to the time the mushrooms have cooked and been with the sauce. So I would say if we left this sauce here with the mushrooms and gave it time or like simmered it for a longer period of time, it would give more an opportunity for the mushrooms to impart their flavor. Yeah, they get to know each other. They go to a party and you get to know each other and you meld and love on each other. And that will happen a little bit later. But that it will, it's like an icebreaker. They're together at the party for the first time. These guys are new. These ones have had some time to sit and then they're later in the party and they've got to know each other a bit better. Developed a little relationship. So, let's crack this open. So this is just a top sirloin. It's like a New York strip. No, it's not. It's sirloin. It's not New York strip. This is a sirloin This I got from Costco, and I'm really a huge fan. Really great flavor and really tender, actually. Okay, so look at that. Look at that. Yes. It's a little bit cold. Yeah, more of a toasty, nuttier flavor versus the more mushroom flavor. Yep. Super simple to impress people. Yum. Your steak is so good. I took a huge chunk. But how easy is this? I would serve this with some broccolini or steamed veggies, grilled veggies, like eggplant or broccolini or whatever. Mashed potato, creamy mushroom sauce, and easy and amazing way to impress guests. Yum. So yeah, fabulous. You can make this sauce into like more of a peppercorn sauce with like the green peppercorns. I like to have peppercorn and mushroom together, but it's fire. It's really, really easy. Thickened with our roux, and then the liquid component was the light chicken stock. Okay, so now we're gonna go into our darker stock and we're gonna make our spagnol, okay? Now, let's throw our red sauce later. So, we're gonna need the mushrooms, might as well chop them now. So I'm gonna do 2 different versions of a mushroom sauce. And this is the base of like most stews, like a nice hearty beef stew. This is how I make it. A great example of difference of flavour wholly to the process. Yeah, definitely scrub. Yep. And honestly, I would do the first way because like cooking something and putting it aside, then making the rest of it is not something that I would usually do. I like to incorporate it like as quick as possible. All right, so that's your mushrooms. A bit too much there, but whatever. Okay. So here with this, so we're going to espagnole. So we want a bay leaf, thyme, some parsley, some pepper, butter, onion, carrot, celery, garlic, plain flour, beef stock, tomato paste. Okay? You can go an extra mile here if you wanted to and do a little bit of bacon, which we're going to do because we have 2 pieces left. We're going to use our mirepoix, which is our celery, our carrot, and our onion. And these are all going to build on flavour. We're creating our foundation, our building blocks of flavour. So it's a bit hard when it's a bit crunchy to... But usually I would use like chorizo or bacon. Okay. In my first year working in a restaurant, I made this exact meal for a girl, trying to impress her, brought it to her work and surprised her with it. She took one look and said, "Oh, I don't eat mushrooms." And dumped it in the trash. What a bitch. If someone makes you just say, "Oh, I don't eat this," and give it back to them or give it away. You put someone's food in the trash, she's trash. Oh my gosh. If someone makes food for me, like 9 times out of 10, even if I don't like it, I'll still eat it. Any food gift, I love. Like Exceed makes me cups of teas or coffees in the morning, and sometimes he brings it on a tray with like crumpets or toast, or someone get me food delivered. Like for a birthday gift, my brother got Uber Eats delivered one year, and it was the best because it's not something that I would do myself. And I'm always very grateful when someone cooks for me. Like even though like Exceed doesn't really love cooking, he follows a recipe really, really well. And if he cooks for me, I just feel so loved because I know extra special that it's something out of his comfort zone. I love being cooked for. Even if it's not fancy, like anything, a toasted sandwich, anything I love to be cooked for. Yeah. I'd eat it anyway, because I know what it feels like, yeah. When my hubby was just dating me, he threw one of my dinners I made him in the trash. I told him that if he ever did that again, he would be permanent chef in the house. I like that, Yale. Welcome in. Okay, so here we're just gonna clean up, get organized. I'm trying to reduce dishes if you're noticing. So, I'm just gonna put these back in here. Okay, so this one we're gonna need red wine. I usually cook with like a Merlot or a Shiraz. You want something deep and kind of rich, drier, just because you can always add sweetness. I don't like to cook with too sweet wine, but if you do have it, you've got nothing else, just use it. If you don't like cooking with wine, add some grape juice here. You just want some, like the boozy flavor, it adds like a more complex flavor. The alcohol cooks off, so you don't have to worry about like feeding it to your kids. There's no alcohol in it. If you cook it to boil off the alcohol. And my personal thing for kids, like I don't have kids, but I've looked after a lot of kids, and I get really nervous because people come for me sometimes when I give opinions about children, which I think I'm allowed to have. But the more you show, it's not always easy, I get that, but the more you share what you're eating with kids, the more that their taste buds and their palates will be able to experience that, and they can become accustomed to it. It's like some friends that I used to have, they were Indian, and they said that whatever they ate, their kids ate. And their kids would eat like super spicy food, and that's what they would grow up with. And they were accustomed to it by the time, by the age that they started cooking. And you just learn to eat that spice, and same with this, like spices and things like that, and seasonings, they'll become accustomed to. I know it's harder because kids, picky and they won't eat and whatever. But there's also, I've heard that kids are super tasters. They've got a lot more taste buds than adults. And so you just got to go easy on it. Okay, I am in the fridge, just talking you through what I'm doing. Celery. Make sure you wash the celery because it's pretty gross. It's one of those things like leeks that always has dirt. Getting some carrot. Onion, I 90% of the time use red onion for everything. I love the flavor. It's a bit sweet. It's got kind of like more of a, when you cook it, more of a caramelly flavor. And I always buy a lot of them. It doesn't burn my eyes, so I cook with it quite a lot. But if you prefer, use brown or yellow onion as you wish. Okay. I'm a major lurking these days, end of school year grading and watching you cook is calming. I love that. Thank you, Yael. I made chicken pot pie tonight and Ben chowed it down. Would he eat peas and carrots separate right now? Heck no. But he's getting there. That's amazing. I'm so happy to hear that. All right. But I know a lot of people are nervous about like cooking with wine and giving it to their kids. But if you heat it, you get the flavour, but there's no alcohol content in there. So it is safe. If you're slow cooking, this is in our book, you'll read the tips to like cooking with wine and things, is like either put it in a pan and boil the wine before adding it, or sear it, like add it with seared meat and cook it off first. Okay. All right. So, onion. We're gonna go with, what does it say here? Half a cup of onion. There we go. And then we want 1/4 cup of carrots, 1/4 cup of celery. So, scallops and black olives. I love that. Okay, so I like to cut them into kind of batons. This we're just gonna wash. I'm just gonna take the end off like that, and the tail. I'll wash this. No sand. Okay. What I do is we'll grab the celery like this, and I cut it down the middle, like that. Strips. Oh, didn't do that very well. So you can flatten it if you want so that it doesn't roll around, but you just want to cut it half, if not thirds or quarters, so that when you go like this, it's easy to slice. And then eat. Oh, a bit burned my eyes today. I was saying that I don't cry with the red onions, but okay. So carrot, I cut in half, and then I flip over, and then I'll cut it in thirds. Same thing, cut it in thirds. Hold them, bunch them together. Same thing, just roll your knife through it. Like that, beautiful. So you want them roughly around the same size. The carrots will take longer to cook, and these two will definitely, they kind of melt away and they cook down. The carrot has more chance of staying there with your sauce. So if in doubt and you want it to not be visible, cut it a lot smaller, okay? Okay. Because it's a hardier vegetable. All right, we don't need that much. The colours are pretty, aren't they? There we go. Fab. Okay. So with the herbs, you can create a tea bag. Bouquet garni. I have these, that I got from Daisy. I love them. So these are homemade tea bags, DIY tea bags. I think they're just made from cotton. I don't know what they're made from. But basically, you grab one, you put your herbs in there, or same with your tea, and then you grab this flap like that, and you fold it over, and it traps it in there. It's the tea. So what we're going to do is we want to fill it with a bay leaf, some thyme, parsley, if you want, or you can leave it free. Like I usually will. The bay leaf, it's not gonna, you can easily remove it. Thyme, you can do you want like a stem, like a fresh thyme, you can like tie it and then remove it at the end. But it's up to you if you want to do the bag trick or you're not. So we're not. We're going to do thyme, bay leaf here, thyme, and parsley. Like that. Okay, so in a saucepan, melt the butter and add the onion, carrot, celery, garlic, and we're going to cook it till it's translucent. So butter or oil, you can use oil here as well instead of the butter as the fat, because I'm going to use the clarified butter here, so the clear stuff at the top, because I'm going to cook it for a longer period of time and I don't want the milk solids to burn. Okay? Okay, like that. Yeah, tying them together to one. Yep. Thank you. Okay. So I might just have to do half of this because we're using a fry pan and it's a little bit shallow. And here I'd also add the bacon, or add the bacon like that. Basically, we're going to cook this until everything becomes translucent. Sorry, excuse me, I got hiccups. Translucent and softens. So this process here, Sheila, you got someone on your keyboard? Cat run over your keyboard? Something that I would do. This will take longer out of the veloute and everything. The espagnole or making it into a demi-glaze will take a long period of time of like simmering. Cat's down on the keyboard. But it's just add depth of flavour. I love it. Something that never happens with a dog. Okay. Like this. And while that's happening, we can get the rest of our ingredients. So we're going to grab some beef stock, some tomato paste, and some red wine. Why did it come into the fridge? Tomato paste. There we go. So my trick with the stock is 3 cups of water and some beef stock powder. Unless I'm making like, if I'm cooking for something special event, want to impress someone, then I'll make beef stock from scratch. But the effort, I'd rather buy a good quality beef stock powder and instant. So beef stock powder, I've run out of the ones that I prefer. So this is the one that I have on me. I can't get bulk. I need to find there's no Asian grocers near me, good ones, or the online ones don't sell what I want, or they don't deliver. 1, 2 tablespoons. Yes. Okay. Look at that colour. Beautiful. Okay. We're going to be needing some flour. So for this, like I said, with the veloute and this espagnole, that we're going to be using the flour as the thickening agent. And so we won't be making the roux like we did last time. Well, we kind of will be, but we're sprinkling it over rather than directly into the butter because we've got more additions. So we'll get our flour. So this is how you would make a base for your like beef stew. You're doing your bacon or your beef. Like say if you're making like a beef stew, sear off your beef, remove that. Then add your mirepoix, so your veggies like we're doing. Once it's nearly cooked, add your garlic, like that. Tomato paste. Then our thickening of our flour. seasonings, add the beef back in and let it simmer. And stock, sorry. Stock and wine. All right. So you let this cook on low because we're caramelizing the onions, the celery, the sugar content of the carrots. We're adding depth of flavor, depth of color, and that's going to build on creating a really rich sauce, because that's what an espagnola is about, or a demi-glaze when you were going further with the beef stock. The beef mushroom sauce. We want it rich. We want it heavy. You know, like something that's going to go with beef, something that's going to go with venison, kangaroo, something that is like a duck. You could serve with something like this, but it's like something gamey. You want deep flavors. You're going to serve this with maybe like a glass of red wine, compared to our mushroom sauce with some poached chicken. That's with like a white wine. It's very much lighter and like less gamey richness, whereas this is like heavy, wintry food. Paying close attention to this, I only use celery when making bolognese. So this gives me a reason. Yeah, cool. So this is like this can be a base for a bolognese as well, because you would add this, and you can make this into a red sauce by adding tomato here, like the tin of tomatoes, and that's how the base of my red sauce would be this as well, very similar to this, to make a bolognese, a really rich bolognese. But we're not going to add the flour for the red sauce. We don't add the flour. It doesn't have a roux base, and that's what kind of separates. And we're not going to use as much beef stock. We're going to add tomatoes instead. Okay. I'm so impatient that I really just want this to just cook really quickly. But we need the depth of flavour and the richness. It's more frying now. I don't want it, so I'm going to turn it down. I'm going to add tomato paste. Like that. A little bit. That's going to give that beautiful umami flavour. Tomato has glutamates in it. You can add mushrooms here, because we're making a mushroom sauce, so you can add the mushrooms here if you want. Add a few to then cook down to give more umami flavour, like that. So we're going to add a bit of these mushrooms, cook everything down. And so these ones, these mushrooms we're adding now will basically be dissolved, but they'll build those building blocks of flavour we talked about before. Mushrooms taste good. Like that. So caramelization, your Maillard reaction with your beef, with your pork in there, your bacon. But the caramelization is what's really occurring here. So your flavour molecules are bouncing around and they bang up against each other. It's like you think of like children locked in a room, they're all banging around, hitting each other. And what happens is when the flavour molecules hit each other, they actually create new flavour molecules. And that's what gives you that beautiful richness. And that's what we're doing here, where the sugars are present in the celery, the carrots, like the tomato, and it's just adding richness. And this is your key, low and slow, just like good adult activities, to get the best out of it. Like you could simmer this. When Belgor, my brother, makes bolognese, he lets his sauce simmer like all day and puts it together at night, and it just really adds richness. And if you see those tomatoes that will go in at the beginning, you have a really vibrant red, bright tomato. Towards the end, it's like maroon, and it's really, really like, oh, I can't even explain it. You have to do it yourself. Yeah, I get you, because when my kids are bouncing around in a room together, they're often a reaction. Yeah. All right, that's looking good. So we're gonna add in our bay leaves. We're gonna add in our dried herbs, so some parsley and our thyme. You're gonna add some pepper. If we were doing the tea bag thing, you could do some whole peppercorns, but in our house we like to have heavy on pepper, so I'm gonna add some ground pepper, like this. And it goes really well with the mushrooms. Fab. Okay. So we're gonna sprinkle over our flour, like this. So we're gonna toast the flour before we start to add our wine first, remember? Why do we add the wine first? So toasting this, turning the heat way down, because any liquid that comes in contact now, because it's so hot, is going to thicken straight away, and that creates lumps. So we want to reduce it down below that 90, start to thicken. I think it's 95 to 97 degrees. So you want to bring it down, the temperature down, so we start to incorporate the sauce throughout incorporate the liquid throughout the sauce, and then bring it up to the temperature, and then it will start to thicken homogeneously. If we add the wine in now, it'll thicken some and it'll clumpy and it'll be really, really hard to mix out. So reduce it, turn it off the heat, or if not down completely, like this. Toast like that. All right, add some wine. Still might be a little bit too hot. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. So a little bit more wine. Beautiful. And then as you're stirring, add your beef stock as you're stirring. Look at that. And you can blend this if you want a really nice sauce that doesn't have any lumps. You can blend it, so take out your bay leaves. But this is like a base of a stew, right? Look at that. Now turn our heat up, start to thicken. Oh my God, it's so good. So when I talked about before, cooking those veggies down a lot more so they soften, chopping them smaller, cooking them down for a longer period of time so they basically disappear. But I'm going to show you the trick. The trick. So you'd keep simmering this for hours if you wanted to. Turn up the heat. But for purposes of stream, I'm going to show you a trick. I think it's in here. This is why I tell you this is my favorite piece of equipment that goes that way. The immersion blender, the best. I think it's underappreciated. I need to sneeze. Slow cooker again, pressure cooker or stove might be therapeutic for you, Matala. Pop it on the stove and you don't have to be over it for the whole day. But yeah, slow cooker is amazing for that, isn't it? Okay. So start to thicken because we've added the liquid. I turned it down a little bit too much, so it's thinned out a little bit. But bringing it up to that simmer will start to thicken the flour. You don't want to add the flour on top here and thicken it towards the end. It's going to have a really raw taste. That's why we like to add it at the beginning so it toasts. We're toasting the starches like I was saying. But if you need to, what I showed you last week was make the beurre manier, so that mixing the flour with the butter, it'll incorporate in there and then keep cooking it so that the starch has like thickens and it cooks off that floury taste. Okay, like this. Look at that. Look at that rich colour. Oh, you got the MacBook? Fabulous. Great work, Matal. That's so exciting. A little tax write-off there. All right. So I just took those bay leaves out, making sure there's nothing else in here. Okay. All right. Oh, wrong one. Yeah, no, that's right. Okay. So here, and then I'm just going to pop the sauce in there. Usually I would be using a saucepan, but as I mentioned before, I'm using a fry pan, so it's easier to visualize for you guys. It's really hard to see inside a small saucepan. So I just do this. Like this, and you can blend. Let's help and thicken it as well. So, you only have to make sure you don't have to buy another. All right, so that's our sauce, what it's come out like. So you can keep cooking that. The lumps in there are the bacon. And if you want, you can strain them out. But what I like to do is just keep cooking it for a little bit longer. Hey, Coaster Boy. So that's one of the things about adding the meat, because it won't really cook down. Look at the difference though. Look at that. So I would keep cooking this for another 20, 30 minutes or longer to then improve the flavour. Then I'd strain it if I was really worried about wanted a really nice thin consistency. But seriously, it is sensational. Oh, yum. You want to get married, run away. These. I don't have one of those, what are the strainers, the angled ones? I'd really like one of them, a smaller version. You don't have to do this. You don't have to blend it as well. If you cook, the cone-shaped ones. If you want to just cook it for longer, this is only for like presentation to make it really pretty. And because my veggies weren't, cooked as nicely as they could because of stream, I'm just going to blame everything on stream. Yum. So, look at that. See, I told you it looks better up here. Brown sauce. Thoughts, feelings, opinions? Let me know. Look how nice that is. I'm making gnocchi tonight with bacon and mushroom cream sauce. Can anyone guess Molly's favourite gnocchi sauce? Oh, it's so smooth. It's really lovely, really rich. Yum. And then that add more red wine, and then you can make your mushroom sauce version, like we were discussing. You could make this into like a more of a demi-glaze to then put on the omurice. The more you cook it, the darker it will get. Brown butter, sauce on gnocchi? Never. But look at the difference of just using the beef stock, veggies in there, bit of tomato paste, red wine, compared to that. Don't forget the sage. And then the lemon squeeze on top. All right, so look at that. So this doesn't have to be complicated. The straining, don't worry about that. The blending, don't worry about that. Just cook it longer. But the brown sauce, it's more complicated than the others. Okay? So that's our velouté. I didn't get any of the hollandaise. Hold on. God, the dogs are really hungry today. So just give them cookies. Oh, Romeo's hungry. It's not both of the dogs, it's Romeo. Okay. Look at the texture of this. This is the hollandaise that's been in the fridge, showing you how to, we're going to re-enliven it later. But that's the hollandaise. Oh God, it's so good. Even cold. Okay. Oh my God, it's so good. Hollandaise, velouté, espagnole. And let's do, we'll do bechamel and red sauce. Okay. Red sauce, probably the most common that I make all the time. How many of you guys know what a red sauce is? Or have had a red sauce? Make a red sauce. You probably make it without even realizing. I want a stew now. Okay. Tomato base, yep. So page 16, recipe number 16. Red sauce have a tomato base and are thickened by reduction rather than using a roux, so no flour. Red sauces are flavored with a mirepoix, meat stock or salted meat. So I'm going to be using Italian sausage and some red onion. I'm going to show you how to make a base for making a shakshuka, okay? Let me just clean this all up. How many of you guys, are you enjoying yourselves? Are you liking learning something? Maybe disagree with something that I'm doing? Tell me about it. Or give me your thoughts, feelings, opinions, respectfully, of course. Or you're out of here. I need another small fry pan. And then I'm going to make a really small version, like I'm making a shakshuka. Okay. Oh, I haven't had shakshuka in so long. It's above average, thank you. Where's my thing gone? All right. So, red sauce. Bacon, pancetta, or Italian sausage. Onions, carrots, celery, garlic, crushed tomatoes, beef stock, and spices, okay? Depending on what you're making, you can make it Italian-based with your spices, Italian seasoning, or if you're wanting to make it something more like a shakshuka, using my Moroccan seasoning or Mexican seasoning, whatever you like. So I'm only making a small amount because we've got a lot of other sauces. So, excuse me, I've got the hiccups. So, mirepoix, our base from before, which I don't even need that because I've already got some prepped and organised. Okay, so carrot, celery, onion, and then this is Italian sausage, which is pork, bit of fennel, chili, very simple, a little bit of red wine. Okay. Knowing a good red sauce will help you make shakshuka, help you make a good pasta sauce. If you want to put some cream in there with this red sauce, you can make like a rosé sauce or the base of, I need to sneeze. I was trying to hold it and sneeze, but then I had my knife in my hand and I couldn't. That's why I'm sorry, I apologize. So sorry. Oh. When I started, I thought I would be making an ungodly amount of red sauce, but most made sauce in the restaurant was actually garlic butter. Really? Okay. Wow. Garlic butter sauce. Thank you, Dex. One fast for your brother, one fast for... Well, he's the only person I know that regularly laughs after sneezing. Really? Exceed tells me that I'm allowed, like I'm very much more conscious of sneezing. Exceed tells me that I'm a funny sneezer, and so then, or a loud sneezer. So I'm always conscious of like not being too loud or trying to not depress it, not express it. We don't want to express it. Like prevent it and sneezing a more ladylike. And it makes me laugh because it always comes out differently. I can't have a consistent sneeze sound. All right. These cloves are garlic fidget. Okay. So, garlic. I can't find my crusher, so we'll just... I hate chopping garlic like this. I hate it. Okay. I need a sneeze. No, I don't need a sneeze. I need to blow my nose. So I'm going to mute you this time. All right, I'm done. Wash my hands. Okay. Chester looks so hopeful for some scraps. He does. I've got Romy here as well. I think they're both a bit hungry because I'm cooking with, there's steak just here, the full steak, and there's bacon that I've cooked as well. So they're on high alert. Okay, so red sauce. In a large fry pan, render the fat from the meat, until it liquefies. Add the carrots, celery, onions, garlic, and saute. So the thing that I do differently now is I don't add the garlic yet. So I've updated, First Things First was released 3 years ago. And so I've updated what I do. Like I don't add the garlic yet. And I add that towards the end of the cooking process. I don't know, because your olfactory, sense of smell, it always creates an equilibrium. And so I don't know what my house smells like. People come into the house and they go, "Oh, your house smells amazing." I'm like, "Does it?" Because you just get used to the smell. It's nice when we go for a dog walk and then we come back and we walk into the house and like, "Oh, it smells like fresh bread." Yeah. Do it in FTF DLC? Maybe. Garlic first, except with bacon or mushrooms. Garlic first. Merrick? I usually cook the onions first, and then add garlic. Or if I'm doing a mirepoix, then I cook that and then add then garlic to cook that just slightly. Because you don't want to burn it, and then I add the rest of the ingredients. So You don't want to keep the garlic in there first because then you'll overcook it. By the time, if you add the garlic and then the onions, by the time the onions cook and become translucent, you've overcooked the garlic and possibly burned the garlic. So for beginners, it's better to err on the side of caution and add the garlic when the onion is translucent. Cook it for like 2 minutes. Can we get some spelling on all these sauces? Yes. R-E-D sauce is what we're making now, red sauce. Hollandaise is what we did first, Hollandaise, Hollandaise. Our second sauce was a veloute, V-E-L-O-U-T-E, veloute. And our third sauce was espagnole, E-S-P-A-G-N-O-L-E, espagnole. I don't really 100% know if my pronunciation of that word is correct. And thank you, de soto. And then later we're going to be doing a bechamel, B-E-C-H-A-M-E-L, bechamel. I'm just clipping it. Okay, Italian sausage. Here we go. So I need to do some more research on this, so the cooking process of your veggies here, it's really important that you cook them now before adding your tomato. Because what happens is when you add the tomato, it changes the pH. The acidity slows down or changes the pH. So your veggies don't break down the same way compared to if they were cooked at the beginning. So when you're adding your acidic tomatoes, it changes the pH of the pan, and so your veggies actually stay crunchier. Does that make sense? So I always cook the veggies as much as possible, kind of like soften them completely, and then you add your tomato towards the end. 5 mother sauces. Thank you, de soto. All right. I just need to make sure I've got everything. Do you want to do the red sauce with Italian spices, or do you want me to show you how I do it with making a shakshuka, making it like Mexican or Moroccan? How would you? So it's got like cumin, paprika, chili powder, chili flakes. That's my preference. Or you can do it as the recipe here is written, with thyme, parsley, bay leaf. How do you like it? How many father sauces are there? None. He's not needed. Just the mama sauces. This cold coffee is really good. Follow the recipe? Seems weird. No, because it's just showing you the versatility of the red sauces. Oh, you're saying me following the recipe seems weird? If anyone subs, resubs, gifted subs, I've got entries into the Fiesta box, by the way. We haven't talked about this today. I know a lot of people have been subbing, but they haven't been publishing it. Subs, resubs, gifted subs, tips towards our goal, which we're $449 away. No, $449 of it, of the $1,200. So if you want to help me create content, help the community buy a pizza oven for stream. But subs, resubs, gifted subs, tips of $5 or 500 bits, get entry into the mystery box for the end of the month challenge. I don't think my 20 years plus in the kitchen, I don't think I've ever got to drink a hot coffee. They're always cold when I got to them. Yeah. Mine are just like that in life, not even when I'm cooking. I just get distracted all the time. I resubbed, but I didn't announce it. Refresh and announce it. And you can give me an ingredient. Oh, I just spilled some stuff. DeSoto, what is your favourite mother sauce? What do you find that you use the most? Oh gosh, my nose is. Oh. Right. If you wanna make this happen faster, the veggies cook a little bit quicker. At home, I use bechamel. Okay. I just add a little bit of stock. Just a little bit. Just to help, help these babies on stream come on. Just cook a little quicker. The heat on this stove is really hot. Because this is the wok burner, so it's a little bit trickier on stream. I often burn or overcook stuff when I'm trying to be really prim and proper, and I'm trying to explain things to you guys, and then I go ahead and burn things or overcook something. I get a bit embarrassed, but it's just the best one for stream to show you positioning of the camera. I resub refresh. Didn't work. All right. Whenever you've got a few days. You've got 12 days until. No, when is that? I think the 29th. I think that's the day. The day our mystery box is. Got 2 weeks. Forget about it. My mum is leaving tonight to go to Colombia to visit my brother. I am so envious. So jealous. They're going to have the most amazing time. And the reason I say envious, I know it has negative connotations, but envious is, I've been listening to Atlas of the Heart by Brené Brown and learning about the difference between envy and jealousy, and how we misuse the word jealousy, and also the negative connotation towards the word envious, because it's like one of those 7 deadly sins or whatever. Whereas like you can want what someone else has, but not want poorly for them. Like you don't want them to. It's just because I would love to go to Colombia. That's the reason why I say envy. But I know that my mum will have such an amazing time. My mum and my grandma are both going. I was like, you know what? 3 generations should go. But nah, one day I'll get there. My nephew is 3 weeks old, I think. 23rd. Yeah, I think he's 3 weeks this week. Is she still on the iPhone? She's been saying how much she hates her iPhone. And I was like, not this again. She's only on a 6-second phone. Wait, Molly got an iPhone? No, she's still got the same phone. A few years ago on stream, I went shopping with my mum and she had bought a Pixel. And because I told her that she should be, because she uses Google Drive and whatever. And I told chat that my mum, bought a Pixel. And we were so happy that mum got an Android. And then she couldn't know how to work it because my mum's not very good at persistence sometimes. And she didn't know how to work it, so she was like, screw this, I'm going to add the garlic. She went and bought an iPhone at Costco when we went shopping together. And she's just a bit topsy-turvy with her old phone. She's all complaining that it's too hard. All right, add the garlic like this, cooking it down. I hate chunks of garlic like this. That's why I always use my mincer. Okay. Saute, 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 saute. Saute. Okay, and then now you add your spices, okay? Your herbs or your spices, whatever you like. Or leave it plain. But say we're making a bolognese. So we're going to add a little bit of chili, just a little bit of chili. And we're going to add some, what does the recipe say? Parsley, thyme. So a little bit of a little bit of no devil's lettuce. the devil's time, okay? Like that. Fabulous. Cook that down. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. If I had tin of tomatoes, like that. And you would add some beef stock if you wanted now. But what I like to do is like to cook this without adding the beef stock at the moment. Cook this, the tomato, because it's chunkier than using a passata, like a tomato, like blended tomatoes. What we're doing is we're going to cook these to kind of caramelize before we add our stock. Just gets more contact with the pan. I don't know, it's just, it may have no rhyme or reason, but I just think that rather than boiling it, it just kind of, the lower liquidity just cooks it a bit nicer and helps with more caramelization. So notice now how vibrant and red the liquid is. And we cook this for another 10 minutes. The color will go deeper and richer. We're cooking off some of the moisture, the water content, and we're reducing it down. That's how this red sauce is different to our espagnole, this brown sauce, because we're not using a roux, we're not using flour as the thickening agent, we're using reduction. We're cooking it and we're evaporating the moisture to then make it thicker. You need to watch here, the biggest thing you need to watch is your salt content. Better to ABT, always be tasting, and really season with salt towards the end, because with that reduction, you have a really high opportunity to over season with salt. And every time you reduce it by half, it's gonna get saltier and saltier and saltier. And it's really like, you can have like spicy, you can fix that, but salt you can't really take away. So we've added the spicy sausage, which is a cured sausage, it's got salt in it. I added a little bit of salt at the beginning, but I won't add any more salt until the end so that I know what it tastes like when it's, half the quantity. Make sense? So always be careful with a red sauce because you're reducing it so much to really increase the flavor that you've got to be careful of being too salty and over seasoning with salt. Yeah? Being too salty and over seasoning with salt, two things to say the same thing. Okay, so already started to get richer, deeper. This is how I would I'd poach my eggs in this kind of consistency. I like it a bit chunkier, but what we're gonna do is we'll add some beef stock in a minute. But already you can see, they're the blonde tomatoes. I don't know if you can see how pink, this is almost pinky, whereas that's more red and it's deepening in colour. Okay, so have a taste. See, every part of me wants to add more salt to that, but I'm not gonna serve that yet, so I don't want to add salt now, but I will add pepper. Because we don't want it too salty. Going to add some more acidity to balance out the salt, but salt is really hard. When something is too salty, it can be tweaked, but it's just better to just not over salt. Like that, beautiful. And also with the beef stock that I'm going to add, that has salt in it as well. So a little bit of this. And keep topping this up and it will start to reduce down, top it up a little bit more until the consistency you want. Beautiful sauce for pasta, shakshuka. Add some cream into this, a bit of vodka, and you've got your pasta alla vodka. Like that. And just keep simmering it. But with this sauce, red sauce, and the espagnole, they need thyme. T-I-M-E, not the herb, the actual thing. Because they'll get better the more you can cook them with your caramelization and deepening over time. The hollandaise you want to cook and make a serve straight away or within a few minutes. The velouté as well, you can, it's very simple to put together and serve. Where your espagnole and your red sauce are like good adult activities. You want to go low and slow, cook them for a long period of time, and just give it some love and some nice treatment. Like a curry, always better the next day, yeah, because the flavors have got to know each other. Then went to the party, they're doing and jiving, and they're having some fun, and they're coming together to have, to improve themselves. You get hungry watching me, so I've done my job right. Okay, now last but not least, no, we haven't done the bechamel sauce. So easy. Okay, the bechamel is basically the easiest. Very similar to the velouté, but we're gonna add milk, and we're gonna thicken with milk, and then we're gonna add cheese to make it a what's called sauce, a mornay, okay? Molly, I wanted to apologise. I misremembered the rule. I said garlic first, but the rule for Italian cooking was onion first, always first, unless it's bacon or mushroom. Yeah, okay, no worries. I got you. I didn't agree with what you were saying, but I get what you mean. Now I get even more. Yeah. First things first, 5 mother sauces. Okay. I want to keep letting that cook. I don't have enough saucepans. Or fry pans. I don't want to use a saucepan. I knew this would come in handy, my old fry pan. I was going to throw this out, and I was like, I need it one day. Okay. My earpieces run out of juice. Okay. All right. So I can't send you pans like spatulas. No, I want to reorder the Costco pans. The ones that I got, I really like them. I think they're $50 for another set of 3. They're amazing. I don't think I can get past the keeper though. Get it past exceed. That's what I mean. I'm missing a spice. So if anyone wants to buy me another set of pans, Costco, Tramontina? I don't know what they're called. Tramontina. Tramontina. But that's what I recommend. If you're looking for new pans, these ones from Costco are really good. Big fan. Okay, bechamel. Let's go. So butter, onion or garlic if you want. Me too. Onion and garlic if you want to boost the flavour, which we do. We want a lot of flavour. Some flour, milk, and then cheese, okay? Do I want a headpiece? Sure. Earbud again? Okay. So, flour. If you're just joining us, welcome in. We're making mother sauces. The sauce of your mothers. Makes sense, does it? But I'm teaching you how to make the base of really good sauce. So we're making a bechamel now, so you can make a really banging pasta sauce. Mac and cheese. If you're a mac and cheese fan, pay attention. I hate mac and cheese because it usually tastes like shit. It's flavorless, or it's all like, how Americans, how do you get away with just melting cheese through pasta to make mac and cheese? That is poo-poo. Listen along. Come on in. Pull up a chair. Come on in. Put your listening ears on. Okay? I'm going to teach you how to make the base of the best mac and cheese ever. Now I've got to put effort into it. I was like waning with my care. Not I care, but I'm getting a bit tired. So I was like, oh, I'll just do a quick bechamel. But no, I'm gonna teach you how to make the best mac, because mac and cheese is crap. Wow, Molly, way to assume about all Americans. A lot of Americans then, let me guess, butter, milk, and seasoning. No, butter, onion, garlic, seasoning, flour, more seasoning, and then cheese. Come on, Ryan, you've got to have cheese. Yeah, I watch people on like Instagram, they put like 6 different cheeses and they melt them together and they stir them through cheese. And it gets thick and it coagulates and it looks disgusting. So if you want your mac and cheese to be creamy and wonderful, homogeneous and flavourful, you're supposed to eat it up. Yeah, but what if you do pasta, bacon, stuff like that? I'm allowed my food opinions. I just think it's crap. You can like it. I like crap, my own type of crap. You like your crap, I like my type of crap. We all like crap in our own way. Okay, so garlic. Just trying to get myself situated. I'm adding a little bit of onion. I don't want too much onion because I can't be bothered waiting for it to cook down. So, onion, a tablespoon. Flour, butter, which I'll melt here. Okay. What are your go-to foods when you don't feel like cooking? Rice. I'm a big sucker for rice. Rice and chicken. I like to have left frozen like bulgogi beef at Costco, or you can make it yourself. Get really thinly sliced beef, make like a bulgogi sauce, freeze it, and then I literally just get that out, fry it, serve it with some sushi rice, fried egg, amazing. Shakshuka, like if I like cooked breakfasts on the weekend, so I might make like a fried egg or this red sauce and then poach eggs in it and then serve that with bread or tortilla chips or like fried wraps. What else do we have a lot? Exceed likes pasta, so sometimes I'll make like a red sauce like this, like we just made, with chicken or bacon, and then I'll just a bit of cream, cheese, stir that through pasta. That's probably big. I'm not a massive pasta fan. I eat a lot of rice in our house. I'm just trying to think, what's the last thing? Stir fry with noodles. Just cooking some chicken in, pan fry some chicken, then add soy, honey, Szechuan chili oil from our website, some Shaoxing Chinese cooking wine, and then with some veggies, like frozen bag of veggies. And then I just stir through, these are rice noodles or like a Hokkien noodle, like this, like that. Sometimes we'll just have noodles or ramen or something like that. These are ones that you just warm up in some pan, like fry pan or saucepan with some water. Oh, okay. here. So that with our onion. Garlic, like that, and then salt. So this is the base of our bechamel, like that. And this is what our red sauce is looking like as we're cooking it. We're going to top it up with a bit of more beef stock. Okay, this, some flour, plain flour, give it a swirl. All right, nice. And then we're going to add pepper. So we've already added the salt, so we're going to add our pepper and our milk. Okay, so the milk, instead of the stock, we're adding milk. You could use oat milk if you wanted to, almond milk, obviously, but beef, oh sorry, not beef, cow milk, dairy milk is the more traditional, like this. So we can toast off the butter if we want a little bit. It gives it a nice nuttier flavour. Turn the heat off or down. I turn it off here because it's the type of pan that it is. Start to add in our milk. There we go. Whoop. Heat back up. Whoop. Okay. Starts to thicken. And then we start to add more milk as we go. Beef milk, yeah, that's it. So look at that. Starts to thicken. And we don't want it to go lumpy, because then you get really big lumps. So you just want to slowly incorporate the milk, like that. And that is your bechamel. If we want to make it into like a cheese sauce, this has got chunks in it because of the red onion. Usually to cook that down, or don't even add onion if you don't want to, or the garlic. You can add cheese and it will create a mornay. You could add just regular cheddar cheese, or like a blue cheese, mixture of cheese is nice. Freeze it down in portions. That's a really clever idea. Okay. Just giving that a little swirl while I can. So I added a little bit too much milk, but just wait for it. While you're stirring, wait, and it will thicken up. Don't stress. Don't add more flour yet until you cook it down and get to that heat. Scraping the sides always. Incorporate any bits that have cooked. I love that. DeSoto, that's a really clever idea. Can you freeze it? Yeah, so that's what DeSoto's saying. I never would have thought to freeze it. There we go. So just let that kind of cook, thicken, and I'm just going to grate some cheese. It's very pale, very pale, very pale. So we'll add in some cheddar. And here with bechamel, or like a really good mac, I really think that adding a combo of cheese, like a few different types of cheese, you want something creamy, something sharp. So adding like a cheddar, then with something sharp like a Parmesan or even a bit of blue cheese is quite nice. People, I think, underestimate blue cheese because they're worried about the smell of it, but it adds so much flavour, even in small amounts, to food. Yeah, if you can freeze this, like chunks of, like ice blocks of this, and it will give it a really big boost of flavour to your next sauce. All right, so nice and thick. Like that. And then we're just gonna add in our cheese. So that was our bechamel, and now we're gonna make it into a mornay by adding cheese. And stir that through your mac, and it's amazing. Add a little bit of seasoning. You could add some nutmeg, some spices. But yeah, don't sleep on blue cheese, man. Guys, oh my God, I say man a lot in IRL. I can't believe they just came out. Oh man, like that. All right, okay. What do we think? Easy. What sauce are you gonna try next, first? Time and I think about you, late nights in the middle of June, heat waves are freaking me out. All right, look at this. Can you see? So you got the flecks in there of the black pepper. Creamy, you can thicken it even more if you want, but that through pasta is sensational. It's really shiny, glossy. Yum. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yes. Yum. Okay. And as promised, we're going to show you how to reheat the hollandaise. Okay. And this is our red sauce. So first I want to show you the tomato. So you can see the color of, that's the tomatoes, right? Really straight out of the can, really vibrant, like a pinky color. And then that is when they're cooked. And the darker, deeper around the edge, because more conduction with the pan, like, oh shit. Oh shit, okay. It was great. Oh my gosh. You guys, you won't even, that was amazing reflexes. Okay, can you see the darker, deeper around the side? Just incorporate that, but this like more jammy and rich. Look at that. So in comparison to that, really, it's really hard to see, but that is so red compared to, like pinky red compared to like maroon color, like this. You can blend this as well if you wanted to make it a really thin, like take out the chunks, or you can serve it like that. Really amazing. But see how I said that you need to cook your veggies and soften them completely before you add to your tomato? The carrot is like still, because of the acidity of the tomatoes, the carrot and the garlic are pretty still like tender, and they're still quite firm. And that's why you got to cook it down, soften it completely before adding your tomatoes. Yum. Amazing. Okay. And I'm running out of little, I was trying to do a comparison, but I don't have the same small little bowls. Okay. There we go. Okay, last but not least, what we're gonna do is grab, this is just stock here. And so I'm just gonna put that on the heat like that. And we're going to add our hollandaise back. Add our hollandaise. And I'm gonna add some melted butter. Okay. Or some softened butter. So we want to go really low and slow, but it is possible to bring hollandaise back. You're just going to be really gentle. I got to find my whisk. Here we go. Can you guys see that? Move this camera. Some stiff hollandaise, that's it. Look at that. But all we want to do is we can take it off the heat like this while that warms up and warm it up just with friction. Scrape the sides of the bowl, and that will help it warm up more evenly compared to like if there was stuff stuck to the edges. That's going to warm up quicker before the inside and possibly overcook. Alrighty, like that. Put a bit of water in here as well to help. But you just, the aim of the game is to go real low and slow because you're basically trying to melt the butter before heating, like overcooking the egg yolks, okay? So you'll get there, just take a little bit of time. And err on the side of caution of going cooler, you know, and going low, because then you're less likely to scramble the eggs. Even like take it out of the fridge, leave it at room temperature for like 10 to 15 minutes, bring it up, and that will make this step easier. But here we go, it's coming together. Friction is good. The bowl doesn't like to stay. There we go. Because the bowl is a little bit hot. Or the heat is coming up the sides. All right, take it off the heat, like that. Oh, shit. And then you're just whisking. I don't know if this is gonna work. It might have got too hot, which I'm thinking may have happened. Like that, but add another egg yolk in there. Yeah, it's really, like it's okay. It hasn't completely split. I would add another egg yolk in there. But it's very, 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 very delicate. It's very watery. So I would always, better to make it fresh on the day or just go a lot more gentle than we were. I think our pan was just a little bit too hot. Hasn't completely separated. So the way you can fix it is adding an egg yolk, whisk that through. That'll help the emulsion, but it's good. Teetering on the edge, isn't it? Okay, so sauces. Hold on. Who remembers the first sauce that we made? What was the name of it? Who remembers the first sauce we made? And what do we serve it with? I feel like that cranky teacher at school that would pick someone out. I'm not going to do that because those people suck. Creamy one with food, I like it. I like it. So, I was late to class, so I have no clue. That's okay. So our first one was the hollandaise. This is the firmer version because I had to get it out of the fridge. But we drizzled it. Metallic got a clip. So this is what it was like. Still, I could add a little bit of this version here. See if we can thin it out. That was our first hollandaise. It was amazing. It was pourable. There we go. Looks like butter now. The next one, we did our velouté. No, where's our plain velouté? Here. Nope, that's the morning. This is our plain velouté. So we took our butter, our flour, and using a chicken stock, we made the velouté. That's this one here. And then we took that and we made two versions of mushroom sauce. So this one here, we took the same technique where we did the flour, the butter, the mushrooms, garlic, and then we added the flour and the stock and we made this sauce. This one here on my left, your right, we made the velouté and then we added pan-fried mushrooms into it and more like red, more white wine velouté flavour, whereas this one was heavier and deeper with mushrooms. So cooking the mushrooms in the sauce versus adding the mushrooms to the sauce. Still both a mushroom sauce, but different techniques of doing it and how the different versions turn out, depending on what you prefer. Then we made, so that was our velouté, so using chicken stock, butter and plain flour. Then this one here was our espagnole, which was using plain flour, red wine and beef stock. So the difference, and also this one had a mirepoix, so it had carrot, celery and onion, garlic, a little bit of tomato paste. So these are very light in flavour, really good with chicken and veggies, fish, your paler sauces, and even the hollandaise is really good with fish and vegetables. And now moving our way up, our deeper, richer, darker flavours, this one's more for your beef, your gamier, venison, bologneses, more wintry dishes. This one here, this has mushrooms in it as well. So is it like a different variation of like a mushroom sauce, or you can add more mushrooms to that as well. And they're very, very delicious. This is the base of making a lot of stews, this technique. So we're cooking our garlic, our onion, garlic, celery, carrot, onion, and herbs. Then we're adding tomato paste, red wine, and stock. And the plain flour in there as well. And then that's the technique that I use for my hearty beef stew. Just adds a lot of richness, a lot of umami flavors in here compared to the velouté, which is very, very light, very simple, and better for your poultry and your fish and your veggies. This one here is very, wintry, comforting, warming, that type of thing. And then, so that's 1, 2, 3. And then we move over here to 4. This is our red sauce. So this is a chunkier red sauce. To be a proper red sauce, you'd blend it if you wanted to, or cook it down so all your veggies soften. But here, no flour has been used. So you'd probably do it like that would first. This red sauce is thickened with reduction. So cooking it over a longer period of time, a lot of umami flavors. You've got your mirepoix, your carrot, your celery, and your onion, garlic. We added parsley, thyme, salt, pepper, red wine, and we're cooking that to thicken it. We're reducing it to evaporate a lot of moisture. And so it's going to be really nice as a pasta sauce, a sauce for with meat. But these two are your richer sauces. And then this one should be more down this end. Here. So these 3 sauces are made with a base of fat, flour, and liquid. And the difference of them is the liquid we added. So this one was beef stock, this was chicken stock, and this one was milk. So this bechamel sauce was made with cooking. We added onion, but you can just do garlic or you can just do plain, butter and flour. And then we added milk as the agent to make it liquid. And then we added a lot of pepper to make it quite like peppery and richer. And then I added some cheese to make it a Mornay sauce for then making mac and cheese. So the base, like we'll go over it again, your mother sauces are based on roux base, so flour, liquid and fat here. This is thickened through reduction, and then this one here is thickened through protein emulsification. So this hollandaise, it's thickened now, but it was pourable before. This is egg yolks and an acid to help, now my words, to help thicken your egg yolks, where you're thickening with heat as well as an acid to help the proteins coagulate. And the liquid is fat. So we're using butter here, and we're bringing two liquids together, 2 ingredients that wouldn't normally come together with a process called emulsification. So they're bound together to create a beautiful glossy liquid, and the proteins are held together with the fat, but it's a very delicate balance. If you overheat it, or the butter will separate from the egg yolks, but at the moment they're suspended within each other to create this beautiful liquid. It's not as hard as you think. We did this at the start of the stream, so go and watch the VOD. Your hollandaise, your bechamel, your velouté, your espagnole, and your red sauce. Any questions, comments, reviews, opinions? Let me know. What do we think? So the one that I usually do is I use a red sauce quite often, at least once a week. Then my stews are always with this. I'm going to be honest, a lot of the time I thicken with like a starch towards the end. And I don't begin with a roux very often unless I'm making something really specific, like I'm making the sauce for mac and cheese. I will make a roux, but this is the French technique for thickening to make a roux, and you've got to remember at the start. So you've got to be prepared and plan in advance, which I'm not great at. But it's a really important lesson that you learn to make all of the sauces, because it is the base of the flavor blocks. You know, what I was talking about is the base of your sauces, but then it's also the base of building flavor, especially with your espagnole and your red sauce. adding the mirepoix, your carrot, celery, onion, garlic, your herbs, and cooking them down really creates the foundation for the sauces to have a really rich flavour. So I recommend trying all of them. If there's any help that I can give, if there's any education you think that if you think that you do things differently, you'd like to let me know. I'd love to hear it. I'm always looking at ways that, how I can improve, how I can share knowledge. But I hope you guys have liked it. It's been a bit of fun. I love trying new things and showing you guys basics of stuff and learning about food science and different techniques. And French cookery is a lot of the base of a lot of cooking, throughout the world. And it's always good to go back and learn how things are done properly, not properly, but learn how they can be done. You don't have to follow the rules all the time, but you should know them. And that's what I always talk about. I hope that you guys get from my streams and lessons is that it's good to know the rules so that you know how to break them and which ones to follow, when to and when not to, and how to deviate them. But it is good to have that base knowledge. I might not always follow things to a T. I might not always do these techniques precisely, but I know them so that I know how to break them. And that's what I want to teach you guys. These are the lessons we should have at school. I agree. Cracking quality content today. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And a lot of you guys, I see a lot of professional cooks and chefs come in here, a lot of people that have been cooking for a long time that have their own knowledge and their ways of doing things. I think that's great for us to collaborate and I'd love to, I always like to learn how people do it differently, different from myself, and what I do works for me, and hopefully it could be something that you learn from as well. Take a page from my book and upskill your cooking. Yeah. So as a recap, all the information is in here for the base sauces. Well, not all the information. This is a guide to getting you started in the kitchen. But there's so much information on the internet looking at these if you want recipes for these. But I wrote this with Exceed a long time ago at the start of COVID. It started as a guide to getting guys through COVID with what to stock up in your pantry, and then it extrapolated into a basic guide that I wanted as I would have liked to know when I started cooking, like a good base level of knowledge. It's not the be all and end all. I don't know everything. I'm always learning, but this is what I learned and this is what I teach, and it's a good starting place. There's over 70 recipes, but it's your first section that I think and that we're really proud about is, information on yeast. What are the types of yeast, how to proof yeast, how to, cook, keep your dough warm, things like that. Your meat cuts, what are the meat cuts, where do they come from on the cow or the pig or the chicken or whatever, and how recommendations to cook them. There's a shopping list. There's a guide to spices and spice blends, what go together, and tips and tricks to saving money, to budgeting, and equipment and things that I recommend. So you can grab yourself an ebook version on the website, or you can get a physical copy and they're sent out from our home. The shipping I know is expensive, but they are self-published and they come out with little special goodies in there from us here in Perth. So yeah, if you have any questions, let me know. You can also get a bundle at the moment with the First Things First and All In Together, if you've got a first pressure cooker or slow cooker, or mats or other merch as well. But today wasn't about this. It was just coincidentally that we had the information in here. The red sauces, there's more information on the internet, but that's a good succinct way of learning as well. Thank you, Piece One. Hey, Soul Correction, welcome back. Fantastic, it's lovely to have you here. Yes, I hope you've enjoyed yourselves. I want to show you it is completely separated now. It is fixable. If you want to go to the effort, you need to add another 2 egg yolks and you can bring it back, but it's just easier to make hollandaise fresh. Don't refrigerate it. Don't try and bring it back to life. If it can be a bit tricky. Eat it as much as you can. Don't throw it out, but stir it through, like if you've got leftover hollandaise, stir it through pasta while it's cold, and it will emulsify into a sauce better than trying to reheat it over the pan, okay? Exclamation mark merch, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Alrighty, tidy, oh my goodness. 12:11, it would be a longer stream, and we got a lot done, I think. I actually thought it would be longer. I thought I'd get distracted. You guys have behaved yourselves today. Okay. New recipe coming on the website this afternoon is raisin bread. Oh, that's me. That's me. Raisin bread, raisin toast, or fruit loaf. I'd love to see you guys making it. Have any questions, let me know. Make it, post it in Discord, tag me on social media, and check out the website, missmollymakes.com. I love you forever. All right, let's go over to, let's raid Reaps. We haven't seen Reaps in a while. Reaps is playing Killer Frequency. Radio killed the Twitch streamer. First playthrough. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you for supporting the stream. Hey Kelly, it's lovely to have you here. Why didn't that work? Tell me why that not work. Cool man, raids aren't working. Love that for me. Is it just, what is going on? What? Stick around, copy and paste the raid code message. I don't know what's going on, but thank you for those who have contributed to the stream. Stick around. On Friday, we're making sukkum and ramen. It's going to be really fun. And who was it that was interested in making the bread rolls, the soft burger buns on the website? Who was that this morning? Was it, is it 1,100? No way. My Twitch is screwed up. Go man. Thank you, Molly. Always great watching you. I always get that moment that makes me, oh yeah, that's how you do it. Yeah, it's working now, okay. Thank you for those who have supported the channel. Subbed, resub, gifted subs. Today, if you haven't joined the Fiesta box, get involved next stream or while we're offline. You can choose an entry, an ingredient. If you haven't done it today, come back on the next stream and we'll write them all in. Thank you everyone for being here. We're going to jump over and raid Reaps. Copy and paste this raid call message. It makes me really, really happy. And he is playing, as I said before, Killer Frequency, stand-up dude. We love Reaps. He's I think one of the best Australian streamers, if not the best Australian streamer there is. Just great content and always trying something new and doing different stuff. Let's copy and paste the raid call message and go over there. Take care, brush your hair, be good to yourself and those around you. We'll see you on Friday. Bye-bye.